Exactly. That's the whole point. I've moved the time purely so I don't seem quite as late.
Yeah, that's the secret. Well, hello, everyone.
And welcome to the RambleCast. It's Wednesday, October 20th. I had to look at that again because holy crap, am I completely lost this week. All the announcements. Oh boy. All the announcements. So many. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, we made fun of this last week. Clearly it's a insanity. Everybody's announcing stuff.
Yeah, this is some week for me to start full-time work. It's a lot.
Yes, so also congrats to Corbin for becoming full-time news... Is it news editor or news writer?
Technically news writer.
Okay. I thought I saw Narav post editor in the tweet, but I don't actually...
I mean, recall. I can publish things without anyone looking at them, so, kind of editor, but yeah.
At XDA, that means editor. At Android Police, that means guy who's worked there a week.
Yeah. My official WordPress permissions listing set. It's great. It's fine.
Diablo says, Pixel Ultra, what now? Hey, let's... I think we can say this. The Pixel 6 is basically the Pixel Ultra. I mean, at this stage, they've gone full hog with it. This is what everyone said they wanted. Flagship phone, ostensibly, however you define flagship. Flagship phone with a with killer three really good cameras, rear cameras, also a good front-facing camera. Let's see, we've got a ton of RAM. We have colors. I don't necessarily love the colors, but hey,
we've got Android 12 in all of its material you goodness. These are, I believe, the first phones with Android 12. I don't think that update has hit any other phones. It has?
Yeah, was it Xiaomi, I think, already put Android 12 on a phone officially? Not a beta, but it was somebody put it, AOSP came out, and I think it was the day after somebody shipped an official update. Austin says it's still beta. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. But I couldn't remember, but I missed stuff like that a lot, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, technically, it is not the beta version of Android. It is a beta release of that ROM, though. So, for whatever distinction you want to get into,
This
And
is a
yeah,
very blurry line anyway, because like I can flash this like an Android 12 ROM on probably like a 7-year-old phone in my closet too. So yeah,
oh, and
but
yeah, Austin's saying, okay, they're saying it, they don't call it a beta, but the quality is beta-like. And yeah, everyone has reported massive issues with it. So yeah, it's obviously not like a well-done ROM,
yeah.
but it is
Wow,
something that they're
Xiaomi
showing.
pushing buggy updates for their phones. I've never heard of that happening.
Yeah, how dare they?
Yeah.
Who on earth would have ever even thought they would do something like that?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so that has happened. Let's pick. Come on, let's pick a wallpaper here that's actually good, or a background. By the way, I never actually went back and rewatched the Pixel 6 announcement. I've been lazy.
Oh, I was watching that because I was watching it for something to write about, and then I wrote about like the tensor chip stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't think my opinion on anything has really changed because we already knew almost everything about it. With leaks, we knew the design. We knew it would have Google's custom chip on it. We didn't know details about the chip. We know a little bit more now. You know, the camera seems impressive. Like that's the camera and the chip are probably the big upgrades here. The camera especially, that's the thing that a lot of Pixel fans have been waiting for a substantial upgrade on for a long time, and this seems like it. Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. What were you surprised by that starting price of $599?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. There's no question that came out of, I don't want to say it came completely out of nowhere because everyone, I mean, well, not everyone. I was certainly saying, hey, Google is implying that it's going to be expensive. I think they might be overshooting it. I didn't think that they were going to undershoot it by that much, though. So far, without trying to not cross any embargo commentary lines, but the price, I think, is this has to be sort of a subsidized price to some extent.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people are like, they got to be losing money on this, and maybe. Yeah. I mean, Google is getting into that stage where a lot of their products are already subsidized by subscriptions, and that was even like a focus for the Pixel in the announcement, was that they had the whole Pixel Pass thing.
Oh, you didn't watch the announcement?
I did.
When did they talk about Pixel Pass?
Oh yeah, they didn't talk about it in the live stream. I saw it somewhere.
On the website?
Yeah, I think. I don't know. Maybe I saw someone tweet about it, but
I think that was actually one of the bigger surprises, is they made no mention of Pixel Pass. I don't think they even mentioned it, like literally even named it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was just completely left out, which makes me wonder. I mean, this is barely conspiracy theory-ish, but I wonder a little bit if the reason for this is they didn't know for sure they were going to do Pixel Pass until after they recorded the live stream segments. And calling it a live stream is dishonest at this point, but
yeah, it's live in the same way that tuning in for a new episode of something on NBC is live.
Yeah. Yeah, it's live in the sense of, after this we're all going to stand around the water cooler and talk about it, but it's not. Yeah, that's about it. Anyway, so yeah, I think they probably recorded the entire live stream in it well enough in advance that they still weren't really sure what they were going to do with the Pixel Pass. So yeah, that kind of fits.
Yeah, maybe they're also still working out the rough edges with that, so they didn't want to promote it too much. right now, because I did see at least one person pointed out that like whatever sign up mechanism there was for Pixel Pass bugged out if you had any of the subscriptions in Pixel Pass already. So like if you were already a YouTube Premium subscriber, it would just not let you get it, and it didn't really tell you why.
Well, okay, so technically that didn't bug out. It's on purpose.
Right.
So in other words, they're purposefully stupid. Which, yikes. But, so yeah, that's one problem. I'm still hearing conflicting reports of how things work with YouTube Premium Family subscriptions, because that's the reason I didn't even go with the Pixel Pass, is because I don't want to screw with that. But yeah, I've heard some people say that if you subscribe to Pixel Pass, apparently the family subscription doesn't interfere with it. Supposedly. So you can still sign up for Pixel Pass even with the family. You just keep paying for both. Which is different. I don't get what's up with that. Though I also don't complain, because at least that's not breaking things. It just means you're paying extra and maybe not knowing it. Also, you said that if you're subscribed to any of the things that blocks you, apparently all it does... Apparently it doesn't screw with your Google One subscription. I'm hearing that if you're already subscribed to Google One, it just leaves you at the same tier you're already at. Unless you were at the 100 gigabyte tier, in which case I think it bumps you up to the 200, but whatever. Like, yeah. Everything else I don't know about. There aren't that many other subscriptions in that list, I think, right?
I don't remember what the full list was.
There was a lot more than what was leaked. What was leaked was just like 4 things, and one of them was Fi, which is not a requirement. So whatever was leaked, that was so horribly wrong.
Oh, this is a terrible article.
What are you looking at, AP?
Oof. Okay, Google Fi has a page about it. Okay, so it's get a new Pixel phone plus a chance to upgrade every 2 years. YouTube Premium, YouTube Music Premium, which is just in YouTube Premium. Device protection, Google One, 200 gigabytes, and Google Play Pass. That was the other one.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything Google will can possibly bill you monthly for is a. They should throw in some free like Google domains in there too.
Oh, that would be neat.
Hey, you want a website too with your Pixel?
Yeah, which I think if you are a Fi subscriber, this becomes such a no-brainer, because the $5 a month off your Fi plan is just too good. But yeah, I mean, I haven't done a like real comparison, and I know sites have done breakdowns. I haven't got around to looking at them. Oh yeah, Austin brings up where's Stadia, and yes, that should be a part of this too. But
the forgotten child.
Yeah, no kidding.
Doesn't even get to be lumped in with Google Play Pass.
I honestly,
there's your games.
Those two haven't been merged.
What, you don't want free coins in? I don't even know what's on Play Pass. Genshin Impact, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. Play Pass to me is one of those things. It happened, it was 15 minutes, and then it just stopped happening or something. When Play Pass gets canceled, will anybody notice? So yeah, anyway, I haven't looked at breakdowns, but it isn't hard to spot that this actually is a pretty good deal. It's not a great deal. It's not like this is a holy crap, I gotta immediately rush out and get this because it makes so many things free or anything. But it is a savings. It is better than...
Yeah, it's the classic bundle deal of like, if you're already paying for most or all of these,
yeah,
you'll save money. But otherwise, like, just get the one thing you need and leave it there.
Yeah. And realistically, and I brought this up before, I already wasn't subscribing to Play Pass. Even if I were to get Pixel Pass, I don't think I would really use Play Pass very much.
No.
I'm sure there's probably one or two apps that I would pick up, and I would probably try several. Like, just for the hell of it. Try them out, see if I like them. Yeah. I might keep a couple, but I don't think it would be a big deal. Other than that, I'm paying for YouTube Premium and Google One. I imagine, yeah, I'd probably save and Google Fi. Between those three, I would save a few bucks. It'd be a few bucks off a month. That's not a huge savings, but it's a few bucks. I don't know. I could buy a sandwich every month for what I'd save. That's nice. But yeah, I don't think this is the, oh my god, groundbreaking savings people would hope for. And for what it's worth, I will say this too. If you're buying, like if you were to buy a phone with, let's say a credit card that's going to give you good points as a reward, that's probably not much different than what you get off of this. Counterpoint, you can also just pay for this with a credit card and get those same points, so you might be double saving. Anyway, so Pixel Pass, kind of cool, but not so special that it matters.
The killer value is the phones.
Yeah.
Or maybe just the base tier Pixel 6. And I went back and looked at how much, I forgot how much the Pixel 5 was at launch. That was $700.
I know.
So this is $100 less, and it's like actually a
way better phone.
Yeah, probably. Like if what Google has told everyone is true, then yes, it seems to be on par with like a normal $800 to $1,000 phone.
Pretty much. And yeah, I'm avoiding saying anything specific because technically other people are under embargo. So trying to honor that, even though I wasn't forced into one myself.
Can you answer in the form of Magic 8-Ball responses?
I mean, I certainly could.
Yeah.
My Magic 8-Ball knowledge is on point. But yeah, all of the like benchmarks that Google gave, in so much as they just basically said it's this much faster and this much better. All of that, I mean, it shows the Pixels, both the 6 and the 6 Pro, being obviously way better. So, yay! I mean, that's neat.
Yeah.
What I see, performance-wise, what I see is this is Gen 1, and Gen 1 is doing about what when Apple switched away from Qualcomm. I feel like this is the same sort of Gen 1 switch. It seems to be outperforming Qualcomm in a few ways. And things that without getting into, I guess spoiler territory, things that other people have leaked have already shown that it's obviously outperforming in some ways.
Yeah, like the numbers Google said during its presentation was 80% faster CPU performance than the CPU in the Pixel 5, which was the Pixel 5 used a Snapdragon 765. Yeah, 765. So the 765 is like an upper mid-range chip, so I hope it's faster than that. But the more impressive number was Google says it has 370% faster GPU performance, which is good, although the GPU on like anything Qualcomm isn't that great to begin with. And especially that's the main thing you lose going from like the Snapdragon 800 chips to the 700 ones, is they wipe out a lot of that GPU performance.
Yeah.
Which is fine if you're like me and really only use your phone for like Twitter and Slack and maybe Pokemon Go sometimes. But probably not if you're trying to sell a flagship phone that does everything.
Yeah, I still come back to how much do people necessarily use of this. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for raising the capabilities of a phone, but I do think most game developers, and obviously app developers, are not pushing this at all. Game developers, they use some of it. I don't think they're pushing the limits because they don't want their games to be restricted to like the top 5 phones. They want games playable by everybody with a current-ish phone.
Yeah, there's definitely like 2 tiers going on that I've seen, where there's the games that try to target everything, and they're usually simpler, or stuff like Pokemon Go, where they just want to cast as wide of a net as possible, which is the smart business decision. And then there is an increasing number of like console and PC ports that really need more power than any Android phone can provide, and those would be a benefit. Like every once in a while I've played Fortnite on an Android phone, like sometimes to test like occasionally I'll get headphones that have like a gaming mode that reduce latency, so I'll install Fortnite and try it out. Fortnite is terrible on even like I'm pretty sure I've played it on my S21. It runs like crap. It's really bad. That could really use an actually good GPU. Also, Civilization 6, it runs okay on like a very recent smartphone, but that could also really benefit from GPU. So yeah, like it's, definitely not every game needs something like this, but it will definitely allow more cool ports of stuff if that happens. So
also battery life seems, it's funny because Google itself is not really hyping up the battery life so much. They're claiming 24 hours or 48 with their battery saver mode. It seems like that's maybe underselling it, because from what leaks have suggested, battery life is actually performing a bit better than people are used to. Not by a ton, but at least it's exceeding what most people are used to from previous Pixels. So if that's true, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I feel like it's really hard to screw up battery life on a phone this size. Like, really, the only phone I've seen where this is an issue is like the Z Flip, because it's 2 tiny batteries that are glued together. Like the Surface Duo, like that's another one where it's a lower battery capacity and split because they have to make the closed phone like roughly the same size of a normal phone.
Yeah, they want both sides balanced, and they want...
but like in like a normal smartphone build, like you just put the bigger cell in there. It's not it's not too difficult. And both these phones are pretty big. Like, even like I already wrote an editorial about this, like even the smallest Pixel 6 is bigger than most, or if not all, of Google's recent phones. The Pixel 6 Pro is more like note sized.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things to pick apart, but man, I don't know. When it comes to battery life, when you're already putting in a pretty large battery and you've got a large phone to hold it, obviously screen size can also factor in a little bit on eating up battery life. But yeah, I agree. I think it is hard to screw up battery life on a phone like this. So let's see.
And I want to believe Google learned their lesson from, what was it, the Pixel? There was somewhere like Rick Osterloh or someone was like, yeah, we screwed up. I can't remember. Was that the 4? It was some recent Pixel. I can't remember.
He could have really been talking about the 4 and 5. Yeah. And depending on how you view it, even as far back as the 3. Though I feel like the 3 was fine. Was it spectacular? No. But Austin's saying it was the regular 4, so not the 4XL.
That sounds right.
Um,
Yeah, because it's always more of a challenge with the smaller phones. Because again, physics. You can only put so big of a battery in the tiny phone.
Also, that chip, I swear that chip really seemed like it was sort of like the damn it, I can't think of which Snapdragon it was, but whatever it was that they put into the HTC M9, that
was the
chip was famously terrible for battery life and heat.
I think that was the 810.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever the first one that was like 64-bit was, and they just got the off-the-shelf cores and called it a day. And that year you could grill a hot dog on any of the flagship phones.
Austin's saying 820.
Oh, was it 820?
It might be. It's far enough back, and I didn't pay enough attention to the exact name. So
it was one of those early 8 series.
But yeah, there's a certain degree of just what the hell sort of it was not a good year because of that chip. And Qualcomm has had a lot of those not good years, which it just, I hate to draw parallels so specifically, but man, when Qualcomm has multiple not good years and Intel has multiple not good years, you start seeing a pattern, and there's a reason why companies are doing the
I was right. It was the 810. I was right about something.
Yeah, Austin did confirm too. So everyone's in agreement. 810. Woohoo!
I was right. Mark that into the record, Austin.
But yeah. Anyway, the overall. Damn it! What was I gonna say? I lost it. Anyway, there is a certain pattern where Intel and Qualcomm are both taking hit after hit after hit, multiple bad years. Kind of feel like that's, again, not seeing the best future for everybody because of this. But it's certainly looking good for Google and Samsung's work. Which, by the way, I kind of expected a little bit more mention of Samsung in this.
Oh, they got their airtime during the Wear OS event.
That they did. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I was expecting just another, like, some nod to say, yeah, by the way, we co-developed this with Samsung. They did help.
Yeah, Google was very quick to take credit for everything.
Yeah.
But, this also is the company that kept putting its logo on other companies' phones while not doing very much for like 5 years. So,
it was more than 5.
Yeah, there were a lot of
there were a lot of Nexus phones.
Yeah.
Though
probably too many.
Well, in some cases, yeah. I would argue Google had a lot of influence over a couple of those phones, and so it wasn't a total disaster on some of them. Though, dear God, the Samsung years.
Can't forget my trusty Nexus 5. That was just like whatever phone LG made that year, but with even cheaper components.
Yeah.
Good old times.
At least the Nexus 5 was still a fairly good phone. It definitely had its
Except
flaws.
when it failed.
Yeah, that being one of its big
died.
flaws. But compared to like the Nexus S or the Galaxy Nexus, oof.
Still, the only phones I've ever had that completely failed on me were Nexus phones. Everything I've had before or since still work.
I've never had a Nexus fail on me. At least not until the point where I stopped charging it. Okay, I've never had a Nexus phone do that. I had a Nexus 7 and a Nexus.
Oh yeah.
The second gen Nexus 7 was clearly in the process of failing right out of the box.
Yeah, and there were some weird ones. If I had like unlimited money, I'd love to get some of those on eBay and just play around with them.
No, you wouldn't.
Just, maybe for 15 minutes, and then they go in the closet for forever. But yeah.
Okay,
So, anyways,
ADHD.
yeah, yeah. So new chip looks cool. I'm interested in seeing if Samsung can/will use any of that in their Exynos chips moving forward. Like, is this like a two-way deal where Samsung gets to use some of Google's fun tech if they want? We'll see. We don't really get Exynos stuff in the US anyway, so I won't get to try it. But anything that competes with Qualcomm, I'm on board for, because they badly need more kicks in the pants.
I've heard more and more that Samsung and possibly even the carriers might start pushing for Exynos to appear in the US.
Yeah,
so.
That's been in the rumor mill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's in the rumor mill, so yeah. take with a total grain of salt. But I wouldn't be surprised. It feels like Samsung is making more and more moves into Qualcomm's territories. And I mean, they're attacking them on the radios. They're attacking them on antennas. They're taking them on with processors. Like, every single thing Qualcomm has, Samsung is in one way or another saying, "Yeah, let's do this too. We're kind of interested in doing this." And if there's one company that can eventually catch up and just sort of shove Qualcomm to the side, it is Samsung.
Yeah. Also, one little note is that the Pixel 6 finally pushes the fast charging rate on Pixels, which has been the exact same ever since the first one. So I think before it was like 13. Hold on, I wrote about
16.
this.
Pretty sure.
It was 18 watts.
18, okay.
So all the Pixels before this do 18 watts, and Google would put the 18-watt charger in the box. This year, the phones go up to 30 watts. I think I saw maybe the Pixel 6 Pro does like 33 or something.
Wireless, the Pro is a little bit bigger than the regular.
That's what I was thinking.
But their wired charging is supposed to be identical.
Yeah.
I saw that conversation just like half an hour ago.
Yeah. So yeah, we're up to 30 watts now, but Google doesn't put a charger in the box. Thankfully, Google, from what I've seen, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't seem to be doing the thing Samsung does, where if you want to get to the high speeds, you need a charger with PPS, which still are not super common.
Okay, so man, I want to pick apart each part of that sentence separately.
Corbin, you're wrong. Go home.
Well, it's not wrong. It's just God, this is what I'm hating so much about USB-C right now. Every single thing has to be okay, that's true, but
yeah,
or
standard in the most loose air quotes possible.
Yeah. Okay, so first off, PPS, which is programmable power system. I forget what the S was. I know it's programmable power something. Yeah. Anyway, so with PPS, it is a standard that was added to the USB 3 spec. I think it was 3. Whatever. Anyway, PPS is required to get to the max charging, not because it's like a hard DRM style requirement, but more of that's just what the hardware can actually handle. And it doesn't require Google's charger. It just requires a PPS charger. At least that's what seems to be true. It's unclear. If you have a charger that goes over 30 watts and is not PPS, I'm hearing that might not work. I mean, it'll work. You'll still charge the phone. I'm just hearing it might not actually go up to 30 watts. It'll negotiate down to something like, I think actually it is negotiating down to like 16 or 18. I this is all, this is all just from random testing that has been leaked. I'm trying to keep this to what I've heard that has been leaked, not things I've heard internally. But we don't really know, and a lot of this stuff's going to come down to what Google actually what they support on the chip. But hey, one way or another, it is an improvement. You also said PPS chargers are not that common. That's actually not really true.
Yeah, I know that they're like, if you bought one somewhat recently, or if you have, like, I know they're common on some of the ones that do, like the ones more made for like Ultrabooks.
Yeah. Okay, so PPS, the first phone to ever ship with it was the Galaxy S20. And that obviously came with a charger that supported, it didn't come with a charger that supported it. You could buy a charger from Samsung that supported it. But, yeah, let's see. It is now in, I think it's in at least a handful of other phones. Obviously the S21. I think all of Samsung's phones that have come out.
Yeah, it's in like the Note. Yeah, it's in like the Note 20 and newer. I think it's on some of their tablets.
I don't know for sure, but I believe OnePlus is OnePlus 9 and probably anything else in the last 6 months. I know at least the 9 should support it, or I believe it does, because the charger that comes with the OnePlus 9 does support PPS, and that supports it at 45 watts. So if you can, you should probably get that charger instead of Google's. Or use that charger instead of Google's. Yeah. Let's see. Then there's Anchor already has at least 2, if not more, chargers. So do at least a handful of other companies. So you can go on Amazon and buy a PPS charger right now for the same or cheaper, or at least like the same price but more ports, etc., etc. All that being said, as much as some people have already found things to nitpick Google for, I am inclined to credit them for the fact that the one and only charger Google is selling is a PPS charger at 30 watts. So it's not like they're doing the thing that Samsung did for years, where they'd have like the dirt cheap, here's a charger that we should be charging like $5 for, if that, but we're gonna sell it for 15, and if you want the good charger, you can buy it for 45 or whatever.
Yeah, or they do what a lot of companies do, where they'll give you a charger, or they sell one that doesn't quite reach what the phone is capable of, and then if you ask, like, okay, where do I get the one that like does all the watts? Samsung, they're like, just buy it from somewhere.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, credit to Google. There is one single charger, and it is the ideal charger for this phone. Personally, my only real knock against it is I sort of wish that they were a little bit future-proofing it and pushed it to like a 45 or so watt charger. Like, I don't see anything wrong with the charger exceeding what the phone can take, as long as it properly negotiates down. Who cares? And then that way you could buy a charger today, and you can be reasonably confident the next phone that comes out, if it does boost that number, then the charger will just support it. Like that should just ideally be a thing. Yeah. Diablo asked if Benson is still involved in the whole USB-C kerfuffle. I don't think he is. I mean, I know I've heard him mentioned a few times, and I've heard some people say he still occasionally does some testing or talks about it, but I think he stepped back from doing that. It was just a thing he was doing for like a year or so that got a lot of attention. Ago. Yeah. And I'm a little sad, because that was one of those things, like at a certain point everyone was basically just asking, like, he was the dawn of USB-C, the godfather of USB-C.
Sacrificed a lot of Chromebooks.
Oh god, did he?
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So Pixel 6 seems good. I'll refrain from asking you my Magic 8 Ball questions for now, but
Like you don't know all. Oh wait, actually, you
I
might
probably
not.
don't. I'm not the one reviewing it. That Adam is doing the Pixel 6 review for XDA. So
Yeah, I was just thinking.
like I could
how much
ask
has he
him if I
possibly
want.
shared with you, and
I'm
it may
like
not be that much.
I could ask him, but like I don't. It's just gonna confuse me later when I have to write some news. I'm like, is this something like I should tell other? You have to do the double think.
Yeah, and believe me, I'm sitting here like, okay, what is the stuff I read in the chat room? Because
What is the source of this thing that just came out of my mouth?
yeah,
Oh, it's from the email I shouldn't have sent. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Believe me, it's just like there are things that DJI has told me about that I have to stop and think, no, wait, that's next week or the week after. I can't talk about those, but damn it, I want to.
Yeah. Oh, so did you order a Pixel?
I did. So it took all freaking day. Screw Google for this. Oh my god. Sincerely, I am so furious at how terrible their system behaved. But yeah, so it took me hours to even get in an order. I finally got in an order on Fi for a 128 black Pixel. And then I was reminded, thanks to, I think it was Carson who brought it up. Maybe it was Austin. Somebody brought up, wait a second, do you get your Google One benefit from ordering that way? And no, you don't. So I started working on trying to get an order through the Google store, and I finally did get through an order for the same phone from Google. So I canceled my Fi order, and then it's like, I'm gonna keep trying. I just want to see, can I get through with any other storage size, because I want the 256 or the 512. I would have been really happy to get the 512, but anyway. So I tried, and I did manage to get through a 256, so I've now canceled the 128. So I actually have the exact phone that I was kind of planning to get. I was still undecided between the 256 and the 512. It also annoys me that the 512 seems to only be available through Google Unlocked. I don't think you can get it from a carrier. I could be wrong. I know you can't get it on Fi, which seems weird to me. But yeah, anyway.
So, okay. So did I miss if you said you got the Pro or the normal one?
Oh, I went Pro. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
100% got the Pro.
I figured.
Which everyone keeps saying, and I agree with this. Without even touching it, I already agree with this. The Pro is probably not going to feel quite as nice, and I know a little bit about why that is, which I can't talk about. But also, the Pro is really shiny and slick, whereas the regular is a little more of a matte finish, so it isn't quite as slippery in one way, but I think slippery in another. So, you know, kind of trading.
I'll just go in a case anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I 100% am going to put this phone in a case.
Yeah. Go ask Moment for their fun magnet cases.
Yeah.
Magnets are fun. Yeah.
I'm definitely going to be asking them, because I'm going to be showing off that phone quite a bit. They're going to get a lot of free hype from me.
So I will, if it's okay with you, I'm going to switch topics because I don't want you to accidentally goof up on something. And also, I don't have a lot to say about the Pixel 6 that I haven't already said in somewhere else, because, you know, we've had images of this phone for weeks and other details for weeks. So my opinions haven't really changed much.
Yeah, I know.
And also, I'm not buying the phone.
Well, I was going to dig in, especially since they brought it up. I was going to dig into the Magic Eraser and some of the other stuff that's the samples have started leaking online, but we can switch topics since I know you want to.
Yeah, and also the DoorDash person will be here in probably like 20 minutes. so that's when I'll leave. But I want to talk about something that hasn't got a lot of attention yet. Well, I know why, because it's normal people don't care.
Yeah,
but
this is nerd stuff.
This is nerd stuff. Okay, so
Damn it, I'm looking for a good post with a picture on it, and I'm not finding one.
Yeah. So, actually, let me.
Oh, here's one. Okay.
I'll put in what I'm talking about in the in the Discord, so Cody can project it if he wishes.
Well, I already have one up, but yeah, go ahead and
Okay.
drop something else in there.
Yeah. So, for the uninitiated, Microsoft has a code editor called Visual Studio Code, and it's an Electron app, and it works on Windows and Mac and Linux, and it's one of the best code editors available right now. It works really well. It's got integration with GitHub, of course. It has a lot of themes. It has a ton of extensions, so it has like autocomplete and integration with like basically every programming language on Earth. If you install the right extensions, it's got an integrated terminal, all that fun stuff. It's really good, and I've been using it for years. But it's, even though it's like based on web technologies, because it's Electron, it's a desktop app. It has never really run in the web browser. Over the years, they've like made limited versions of it for the web browser. Like there's a thing in GitHub where if you click a button in like a merge operation or something, you can open like a limited version of the editor in like a browser tab and fix what you need to fix right there. But it doesn't do a lot. But now there's just a full-featured Visual Studio Code online. So if you go to vscode.dev in any modern web browser, it actually works in Firefox, so that's cool. A lot of this cool new browser stuff, they don't even try doing that. Actually, I have it on my tablet because this is where I wanted to use Visual Studio Code for forever. Is it'd be cool to do like occasional dev work on this tablet with the keyboard that I pay too much money for. And it works. I've got Visual Studio Code on my tablet. Yay.
Yay.
Yeah, and this is it has a lot more than like I thought they would do. So like all the keyboard shortcuts are the same. Like it syncs. You can sync your settings with Visual Studio Code on computers. So like all the custom settings you put in, and if you change keyboard shortcuts and stuff, all that carries over to the web version. When you log in with like GitHub, you can press a button and import any repositories you have. Or you can click a button and just open a file on your device, like just a normal file upload, and then when you're done, you can download it back. And they've also implemented the I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, the File System Access API, which is a thing in Chromium browsers where you can pick a folder on your device and give full access or limited access to that folder to a web app. So in Visual Studio Code, you can just click a folder on your computer and it'll be able to open and edit everything in that folder just like the desktop app, which is really cool. There are some limitations because obviously this is running in a web browser, which are mainly that extensions for code have to be rewritten to work on the web browser. A lot of them can't in the first place because they're just like wrappers around other tools. Like I don't expect I'll be able to compile Dart apps in the cloud with this because that's just wrappers around other things. And the main issue for me is that File System Access API, it is only on desktop web browsers with some Chromium browser. So it's not on Safari on the iPad. It's not on Chrome on my Android tablet or any of the other browsers. It's not in Firefox at all. So that's a limiter. Once hopefully that will motivate Google to implement that on Chrome on all platforms, because I really want to use code on my tablet, but at this very moment it's not helpful for anything that's not in a GitHub repository. And also there's no like integrated terminal, because like what would you can't really do this, can't access the system in a web browser. That would be an issue for a lot of reasons. But there are a couple extensions that have already been updated to work. Basically, all the existing themes work in this because they're just changing color values. So yeah, so this is really cool. I've really wanted like a good editor on my tablet for forever, and there aren't really any good Android apps for that, or any good web apps. And this is basically like as most as they can get it in a web browser. Which is really cool. I'm gonna play around with this more later, but this is my exciting announcement. I'm way more. I'm like, the Apple stuff is cool, but like I'm not planning on buying any Apple stuff in the immediate future. But I will definitely use this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Austin said, "Can you run on a watch?" I did. So someone tagged me on Discord like, "Corbin, you know what you have to do now." And I did. I tweeted. Here, I'll put that in the Discord. It did like kind of open in the web browser on the Galaxy Watch 4. I couldn't actually do anything because it was taking over the gestures you have to do to like move the window around on the watch, because it's a round screen and there's a thing to get to the edges. But like I was doing stuff. I tapped on something and it brought up a pop-up. So it was technically working, not in any way that's accessible.
Nope. But yeah, that would be funny.
I mean, it's funny right now. I mean, like I could like, it's Android, so I could just like do Bluetooth keyboard and mouse up to it.
Yeah, you could.
Though that would be terrible.
Absolutely abysmal, but it would still be funny, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
This brings me back to one time I was sitting. This was, I think, my second I/O, and I got us invites to this LG event, which LG ended up handing out a couple of watches for us to take with us. But I was sitting there. We're all bored as hell listening to this presentation that was just complete waste of time. Anyway, I pull out my phone and I started coding on it, and Artem leans over and goes, "Are you writing an Android app while you're sitting here?" And it's like, "Yeah." And he just starts shaking his head like, "What the hell is with you?" Never did anything with that app. It was really just more of a, like, I wanted to test a few things that had popped to mind, but still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm jazzed about this. I might try to see if like I can plug any of these functionality gaps by writing my own web-based extensions for code. Like maybe something that plugs into Dropbox might be cool. I don't know if that exists yet, but I've used the Dropbox API a little bit, so maybe I'll try making something there.
I'm kind of interested in this myself, just because I have a few projects that I keep in here that I might hand off to somebody at some stage, and it would be convenient to sort of do everything with this, because not everyone's going to keep working on the same platform I'm using. But yeah,
and especially this paired with the fact that GitHub lets you make private repos for free now.
Yes.
So that's a easy, and it's all like, this is really like one of the things they talked about in the end of that blog post. Of course, I just closed it. But where did it go? They talked about like they have like URL presets for a lot of stuff. So like you can put in like a certain GitHub repo like in the URL, and it'll open with that project open for you. So there's some cool stuff there. Well, GitHub kind of already had something like that, but that was like the limited Visual Studio Code that didn't have everything. This is like the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is really cool. Also, this means, like they highlighted that this works well on Chromebooks because obviously desktop Chrome has this API. You could already run the Linux version of Visual Studio Code on a Chromebook, but there are the Chromebooks that never got that feature, so that's helpful for those people. And also just I'm sure there's a lot of like corporate and educational environments where just installing apps at all is blocked, whether that's like on a Chromebook or a Windows machine. And this is cool for those because like you don't need admin permission to go to a website unless your
Depends on the
entire
company.
network is unless you're really locked down.
Oh man, I can't tell you how many. Well, actually, I can. You would remember this. I remember comments, people popping up on AP all the time saying, "We don't understand why, but our company blocked your site."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got. Apparently, AP was one of a few hundred sites that actually gets blocked at a lot of companies.
Can't trust those folks.
Damn system admins, them and their insistence on keeping things safe, protecting their corporate environments. Silliness, I tell you.
I'd love to. I want to read more about like how they did this because I know there's like. I know this was using like I think like Node.js, and I believe they don't have. I think they ported all that code to something else or something. I don't think they're running Node.js in like WebAssembly in the browser because they mentioned in the documents for writing extensions for Web Visual Code Studio, they're like, no, you can't use Node. Don't use that. So I don't know. I'll have to check that out. But yeah, so that's fun for me. I can do coding on my tablet, maybe. There's not a lot I can do before that API gets merged into mobile Chrome, but actually, I need to check. Is there even a flag for that? I don't think there is. Be cool. Open up Chrome/flags for the first time in like 4 months.
Yeah, I was gonna say it feels weird to even think about Chrome flags lately. It shouldn't, because I was just asked to start experimenting with something. Well, just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was asked to experiment with something, and it's like, yeah, I don't have time for that. That's asking a lot. Also, how many flags is Chrome up to? It's got to be in the.
They
thousands.
On my thing, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely at least a couple hundred here, and they cycle in and out.
Yeah.
At a certain point, like after the flag gets switched on for everyone for several months, they take it out and it's just built into Chrome. But yeah, so that's cool.
Yeah, this is really cool. I'm pretty impressed with the fact that they're not only are they doing this, but that they're getting it to work well.
It would be really easy to just port like the Node code to like that WebAssembly wrapper and push this online, and it would run like crap.
Yeah.
And no, it was like I was doing a little bit of editing on my tablet earlier, and it was about as responsive as code on my laptop. So good job, guys. You did good.
Yeah.
Once again, Visual Studio Code making the most out of the terrible application environments they support. Like it's probably the best Electron app, and now it's one of the best web apps probably.
Now, let's see Google try to do something like this.
Google Docs programming.
Okay, that actually could be kind of cool, but
it would be cool. Because I think Visual Studio Code has collaborative typing. I'm pretty sure. Like I think they added that like a couple months or like a year or two ago. I don't know how well that works, but it's in there. I think.
I'm gonna stand behind the you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is, I'm just gonna stand by the this is cool. Kind of wish they would. Kind of wish that they could do a little bit more with this. Like maybe have hooks to allow for extensions that are native if you wanted to or had some reason to install those. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how crazy or involved that would get, or who knows, maybe it's something they can do, they just haven't gotten there.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's not really a good. But the other thing with Visual Studio Code is that I haven't tried this with the web version. I imagine this works. Is you can do remote sessions and then have like the UI casted onto another instance. So, like, one use of this that people actually do use in real life, because Windows is terrible, is when you have a Windows computer with the Linux subsystem on and you want to write Linux software. You can run Visual Studio Code in the Linux side, but then connect to that from Visual Studio Code for Windows. So you get like the better like Windows stuff, but it's still like manipulating files and running commands in the Linux environment. So it probably works in the way. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that like is still really weird with the browser sandbox. So I'm not sure.
So I didn't look closely at this blog post for details, but can you just target? I mean, where's the compilation happening? It's happening locally still, right? Or is it happening on a server somewhere?
I don't know. You definitely can't like run local executables with this. Right. So it would have to be. I know they've done server-side stuff for like the Azure version of this. Like you work on an Azure product and that all compiles in the cloud in the interface. I imagine if one thing you could do is you could set this up to work with a GitHub repository, and then in the GitHub you could do like a GitHub action where it'll run the compiler every time you do a commit. That's not good, but it's something. But no, like there's no terminal in this at all.
And upon thought, that means that it probably also doesn't do debugging.
I don't know. I haven't tried any like compiled languages in this so far, because like the main one I would use is Dart, but they don't have the Dart add-on for this.
Because lacking the debugger would be kind of a big deal. Might have to poke around at this and just see what it can do out of curiosity, but yeah, this might only really be good as like a script. It would be good for scripting and any really web-focused stuff. Also, hey Carson, good to have you join us. Yeah, I'm leaning a little towards that would be a deal breaker for a lot of projects.
Yeah, like I know like the one use case they talked about in the blog post was like making simple websites, because like you can just edit a folder on your computer with this and then just open the HTML file in your web browser and test it that way. But yeah, I expect this is still it's still really only helpful for like local, like just text editing, not necessarily like IDE stuff, and also for projects that are already heavily plugged into GitHub with stuff like GitHub Actions for this processes that need like an actual computer somewhere.
Okay, this blog post does mention the debugger, and yeah, they can't do anything that involves client-side stuff. And it looks like, or sorry, well, native stuff, I should say. But it does look like, quote, build client-side HTML, JavaScript, and CSS applications in conjunction with the browser tools for debugging. Okay, so this doesn't actually have a debugger. It just it just expects you to use the browser's debugger. That's still cool. I mean, it's cool. Everything they've done is cool. It's just that does take away a huge part of the development process.
Yeah, this is still very much less of an IDE than the desktop app.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, it'd be cool to like again do like the remote connection stuff with like a Raspberry Pi I keep plugged in or something like that, where like I can still run this anywhere, but I can do like the compilation stuff in an actual box somewhere. But
or
yeah,
I mean, I could even see somebody, if they have the code that they're using for some sort of project or service or something like that they run, let's say on their home computer or whatever, if they have the code available, they could go to a library, open up their code in this, and set it all up and like make changes, tweak some stuff, and then like rebuild it remotely on their computer and initiate or like execute it right there, or load it into a server or whatever. And lo and behold, like you don't have to install anything to make those things work.
Yeah.
So that's doable. I mean, it's useful.
Yeah, and this is still a really nice text editor. You know, like if you've got a local project that's just like a lot of text files.
Yeah, if you need to edit HTML, JSON, or XML. Yeah.
Especially since all the like find and replace tools are still like I can still do a replace across like everything in a folder, like that kind of stuff. So
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so huge. Also, intelligent replacement, like damn it, object renames and things like that, where it's not just find and replace, but actually fixing naming based on tokens. And huge improvement. This is cool. Not having to install, very, very good.
And also the fact that this is running in a web browser and not an Electron environment means that you can swap out what you're running it on. You know, so maybe we'll get different kinds of wrappers that do fun stuff. Because also Electron doesn't run great on everything. But yeah, so my food's about to get here, so rather than like talk about a new topic for like 30 seconds before my doorbell rings and I have to get my dog to shut up, I guess I can leave now.
Corbin making his escape early.
Yes.
He is Slacker Man.
Yes. So.
All right. Well, cool. Then I will talk about the crazy, amazing camera DJI just announced, and you can go eat.
Nice. Yes. You do that because I don't care.
You would. It's amazing.
Let me know when they've got the Android DSLR, Cody.
Oh God, why won't they? Also, Sony, where the hell you at with this? Yeah. Ugh, damn it. Sony needs to hurry the hell.
You know, we have to end this show whenever that gets released, because that's like our character arc for the. We've been talking about that for like years. So when it does come out, like that's just that's the final episode. Is we both buy it and review it for like 5 hours, and then that's it. And you delete your channel.
That, or it could be the launch of a whole new channel.
That's true. RambleCast featuring fun Android cameras.
If I'll tell you what, if Sony doesn't get there, but Yongyo will hurry up and get theirs out. They could well, they won't convert me, because from what I understand their cameras kind of suck, but man, Yongyo could interest me if they'll just put out a damn camera in the US with Android.
Yeah. So I'll go now.
All right. Well,
goodbye everyone in the chat.
good having
Talk
you.
to you later.
Again, congratulations on XDA.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we'll
also on a future, perhaps the next RambleCast. Well, probably not the next, but maybe the one after that. I'm getting an e-bike I could talk about, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because I don't really know anything about e-bikes except that the one I picked out everyone seems to like, and I know how to ride a bike. So that's what I've got going for me. But I think like it just left their factory today, and FedEx's website says they have not received the package yet. So I don't know, whatever estimate they're giving me is probably not accurate, but they say I'll get it Wednesday, and then I have to, it's like 80% assembled, but I have to do the last bit by myself, and I've never assembled a bike, so we'll see how that goes.
From what I understand, the assembly on these things, well, what company is it coming from?
This is the Rad Mission one.
Okay, I don't know on them. There are a couple of YouTubers that I watch that do a lot of, well, this is not their main thing, but they seem to have gotten kind of into talking about e-bikes a lot. And I haven't heard about that one in particular, but some of the ones that they've gotten, they get them and it's like 10 minutes out of the box. It's like, yeah, it's already assembled, it's ready to go. And then there are others that they pulled out and it's like, okay, you literally cannot do this with just one person. You have to get a second pair of hands in here just to hold things in place and attach everything and work it all out. So yeah.
They have a video I've watched of someone putting it together, and I'll watch that. More than likely it'll just end up that I'm missing like some weird screw or screwdriver, and I have to go make an emergency run to Lowe's. But
yeah, could be worse.
And I'm sure there's stuff I'm gonna have to get to like keep the bike functional that I haven't bought yet. So, but I did get the helmet. I did get bike lock. I had to figure out how those work. And what else did I buy? I bought a tire pump. I know you need one of those.
Yeah.
So yeah.
One of these days, because I've been invited to do this, but AP, because I know AP has had the random like not serious invites, but I've actually had real invites, and AP was kind of like, no, we don't really care if you do this. We don't want you to. But One Wheel has invited me to actually show up and check out their stuff and take a review unit. And it's like, yes, I want to do this. Please let me try out One Wheels. Especially with how stupidly overpriced they are. I say that, but seriously, they're kind of cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen some pricey e-bikes. Mine was like $1,000, and it seems to be like the cheapest e-bike that like isn't garbage, like the e-bike equivalent of like a mid-range PC.
Exactly.
Like it won't like fall apart if you look at it weird, but also it's like missing some stuff that the cooler bikes have. Yeah.
And take what you can get.
Yeah. And like again, I don't want to. I'm not buying I'm not using this for like main transportation. I have a car. I just would like to not maybe have to use it like all the time. That'd be cool. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go now. Bye.
All right. Take it easy, man.
Goodbye.
Okay. Well, so we'll close up that. We'll move some windows around just a little bit to make this slightly easier. And technically I'll open the floor on topics if anyone has anything, but Corbin's like, you? What's that? In what context? Okay, let's see. Anyway, so while we move on from that, really quick, I'll go back to the Pixel 6 stuff because, we did move on from that pretty quickly. Dropped a topic on Discord. Batman Arkham Knight is the first game to be powered by that stopped at a by white labeled Stadia streaming. Okay, that's actually pretty neat. Let's see. AT&T is working with Warner Brothers. That is just not the words that you want to see anything start with. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just kind of skimming this because it looks like it got a little wordier than it needed to be. Alright, so Stadia is not mentioned anywhere, but it's still obviously using Stadia services. Let's see, what's this? Arkham Knight, the 2015 finale to Rocksteady Games' Arkham Trilogy, is not currently available on Stadia. It remains to be seen whether today's tech demo will lead to that game or even the whole trilogy becoming available to Stadia players. Frankly, if they're not putting this one onto Stadia, I'm assuming that's the case. But if they aren't putting this on Stadia, I don't think they'll put the previous ones on Stadia. They'll just put all of this stuff under whatever it is they're doing. Which does raise the question, though, will this become available on Stadia? And more importantly, how did they expect people to start playing this game? It's mentioned in the JavaScript. What is mentioned in the JavaScript? I'm not really sure what that means. Oh, Stadia is mentioned in the JavaScript. Never mind, I get that. Diablo Stadia doomed. I don't think it is. At least not for a while. What I kind of see coming is, and Carson, yeah, hope this isn't the end game for Stadia. My hunch, and I know I've said this before, I kind of think what's going to end up happening is Stadia will become sort of that, not abandonware, but kind of the thing that they push back to the back corner. They'll keep it running because they don't want to have to fight with people over the fact that their games are still on there. I bet they'll assign a, not skeleton crew, but sort of a low effort, low cost crew to maintain it. Maybe add features as they find them to be convenient, but I doubt they're gonna. Honestly, I just don't think that they're gonna get around to pushing Stadia as the big, huge, oh my god, we gotta keep this thing sort of thing. So yeah, which is sad. I don't want them to do that. I think it would be a mistake. Also, to kind of continue that, I think they might also do with Stadia, and man, this is looking so far out in the future. I think Google could do with Stadia kind of what they did with Google Voice. And by that I mean it'll be a thing that they'll keep running, but not really putting effort into or treating seriously until someday somebody comes along and says, okay, wait, we still have this thing. Streaming is now a lot more realistic and practical than it used to be. And we've kept it alive by doing deals with AT&T and whoever else. Let's just do it for real. Let's try again. Let's reboot this project, but we'll use everything we already have. And then that time, they'll kickstart it into actually being a product that's maintained and updated and used again. Google does do this. I mean, Voice is that perfect example of it. And at that point, maybe it'll make more sense to do a game stream, or a game studio. maybe Google will have an opportunity to buy a real studio, at which point that'll make a big difference. I don't know. But I don't see Google shutting it down, and I don't see Google just flat out saying, hey, we're not shutting it down, but it's all gonna be this other strategy where we just push it through third-party companies that are gonna white label it. Like, I can see these things happening, but I don't think they will. It doesn't make sense to kill Stadia. I mean, they put too much research and development time into it. They've put too much or paid too much into building it and making it a thing. They obviously have customers willing to pay to have it in some capacity or share a cost. I don't know. Whatever the case, there's something here. They have it. November to December 2020 was peak Stadia. Maybe. I would have thought it was a little earlier in the year, but yeah, that could have been it too. Though, I guess with Cyberpunk 2077, that was peak Stadia right there. That was the moment where everyone was like, okay, Cyberpunk is buggy as hell. It doesn't run well on most computers. It runs terribly on the game consoles everyone actually does have. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, well, where can we play it? Where can we play it? And the answer actually was Stadia. That was the one place you could reliably play it well. So, yeah, I guess that was actually peak Stadia. Diablo recently got Far Cry 6 on Stadia. How do you like it? I haven't played it. As I've said before, I'm interested in it, but not sure how interested. But yeah, anyway. Hopefully Stadia is not just abandonware. I think that would be bad. But yeah, so circling back to the Pixel 6 stuff. Again, I don't want to get into too deep a topic because Magic Eraser, sample. Let's try that. Okay, so yeah, there have been some people bringing up, like, obviously leaked, or not leaked, but there have been samples popping up that aren't necessarily, I think this was one of Google's, right? Oops, no, I want to visit this site. Yeah. Okay, so these were images that were not supposed to come out yet. These were very much early. Like, they weren't supposed to be published, but because of embargoes. Oh, oops, you're right. I am on the wrong... There we go. Okay. But yeah, the Magic Eraser, so far, like, I've seen more pictures than what's here, but we can... so I have a little more context on this, but I'm going to stick to what has been leaked and published very, very openly, even if unintentionally. So these images came from Kate Bevan, who I'm sure accidentally forgot that these were not supposed to be published yet. But, you know, it's the internet. Nothing gets deleted on the internet. So this was the original picture that she shot. This is removing the cars in the background. And if you're looking close, there's, like, it does a job that if you aren't looking too close is gonna look pretty good. Carson, AP is still allowed to share these. I mean, this is one of those things where I don't think it matters anymore, because once she shared them and everyone else got their hands on them, it, like, the cat's already out of the bag. What good are you gonna do by keeping them under wraps? So if it reaches the point where all of Reddit has the pictures up and Google can't, like, order Reddit to take them down, like, it's asking too much to insist that Google, or sorry, it would be too much for Google to insist that no one else can cover a thing that everybody is already just talking about. Like, it's open, the world admits that this is a thing, just accept it, kind of a deal. But yeah, anyway, so we're operating on the assumption that this just basically has to kind of be okay. To that point, looking at what has happened, let's see, Carson, Phil Harrison needs to be fired. I'm not sure what that's in context to. I can't recall who Phil Harrison is. Let's see. Side quests feel like main mission. Oh, that's with Far Cry 6. I get it. Yeah, anyway, Austin, Google to AP, you can't share these, AP, but 9 to 5 did it first. I mean, to some extent, that actually is a thing. Once a particular site basically breaks embargo, we kind of just have to face facts and say, like, it's out there. Asking anyone to maintain embargoes after something is broken by enough is too much. Like, every once in a while a site accidentally publishes something, they realize their mistake like 15 minutes in, and they delete it. And a lot of people might not have scooped up the pictures or might have forgotten about it. In those cases, everyone just kind of agrees to pretend it didn't happen. We all joke about it and try to move on, and we usually hope the companies didn't notice. It doesn't always work that way. If, for example, The Verge posting that Google TV stuff from, 2 weeks ago, when they broke embargo, like, they posted and it was up for an hour and a half before they realized or somebody told them to take it down. And then it was down for a little bit, and then promptly it went right back up the second Google was told, hey, it's out there. Everybody already knows about this. So they dropped the embargo early and everyone just went. That's the thing that happens. Let's see. Okay, so Phil Harrison hasn't talked about anything since the Stadia Game Studio shut down. Yeah, I don't know. Stadia used to have this whole, we're going to be super open and transparent, we're going to be talking all the time. That lasted minutes. And then Stadia became a lot like every other division in Google. Just very quiet most of the time, occasionally very open, but mostly quiet. And it seems like it's only gotten quieter. So I think Stadia is just trying to stay under the radar for now, and maybe we'll see more later. Austin, anyone can walk into a Best Buy right now and test it. Yes, that's true, with a big, massive but. We're talking a huge, like, Springer-sized butt. You can, yes, walk into a Best Buy, pick up a Pixel 6 and start playing with it, but you can't take it outside. You can't do anything in places where you actually want to take pictures. Testing the camera in a Best Buy is like... it's like testing a camera in a Best Buy. I don't know a better way to be insulting about it. Like, that is probably the second or third worst environment to test anything, because the lighting in Best Buys is never super bright, though that's kind of to the favor of the Pixel. um the the everything around you is really busy. There's a ton of overlapping objects and weird shapes to contend with. A lot of stuff that doesn't happen in nature. It just looks, it's a bad place to try to test a camera. So yeah, it is what it is. All that being said, oh my god, it bugs me so much because yes, you can walk in and play with all the new features in a Best Buy right now, but reviewers have to shut up about it, not say a freaking word, because reasons. That is appalling to me. That is so stupid. So I don't know, they need to do better. They definitely need to do better. Carson, the feature Magic Eraser is like cinematic mode on the new iPhone. Gimmicky, but somewhat cool. I will agree with that. And okay, I'll use that as a lead back in, but really quick, the Best Buy units are terrible. They constantly reboot and it's widespread. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know what's up with that. I'm thinking that maybe they're on the out-of-the-box firmware. This is... Okay, this technically, I know because of embargoed stuff, but it's also entirely common sense, and this is one of the few things I'm going to say. I don't think anyone gives a fudge if I say this, but the units that were shipped to reviewers, shocking, they out of the box, they have old firmware, and out of the box, there's a firmware update. Now I've told you everything that was super secret there. Okay. Here's the thing. It's entirely possible that the display units Best Buy has are actually like on that original firmware. So in other words, they might be buggy as hell and just not working correctly. That's entirely a possibility. So who knows? If you go to California, you can get a free Pixel 6. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, Austin, you're saying if you can outrun the overweight security guard, it's free. Carson's saying go to California. I'm just gonna say, if you need to outrun an overweight security guard, Midwestern Best Buy seem like the place to go. Just speaking statistically here. Doesn't the entire state of California abide by the 5-finger rule? Oh god. I know I've heard about this. For anyone who doesn't know, since COVID happened, California basically has given a bit of an order saying don't come in contact with people if you don't have to, and they've kind of changed the rules so that thieves are casually stealing stuff. This is only half true. It's something a lot of Republicans have really been making up and kind of putting their own spin on it. There's some truth to it, but yeah, it's not really as true as they say. Though, to be fair, I don't live down there, so I'm just going off of what other people have said. Anyway, so getting back to this Magic Eraser picture that I've had on screen behind me for like 20 minutes. So let's see. Actually, will I be able to just arrow? Good, I can, kind of. Okay, so she has these cars behind her, wants to erase them, and this is what comes of it. Like, that's actually a pretty good effect. It's not great. It's funny because you can see where there's a car behind her. It's got big reflections. And what does it remove to? It has decided that there is a giant lake-sized puddle behind her. It has even inserted reflections. I don't think those reflections... Yeah, it created reflections to match the trees above. So it has invented an actual puddle. How crazy is that? Other than that, this looks like a terrible Photoshop job. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's actually that bad. If you see this as a glancing, like, hey, you know, here's my shot out at this castle, like, or bridge, or whatever the hell that is. If you just happen to see this casually, you're not really going to even notice that. If you're seeing this on a Facebook scroll or Instagram or wherever, you might not notice it. It's not until you start zooming in that you notice, oh, this looks like somebody didn't know what the hell they were doing with the patch tool in Photoshop, and you end up with this. So yeah, it's not perfect, but it works. And then, of course, yeah, here's the more standard portrait mode, which, I mean, realistically, this isn't great, but it's not bad. Like, as you look around, the amount of bokeh or out of focus stuff, you can see, like, under her jacket, there's a spot where that line is tack sharp, and just off to the side of the jacket it gets fuzzy. You can also see some weird sharpening artifacts and stuff like that. There's a halo around her legs that is super sharp on the ground, but immediately past that it becomes blurry. There's a lot of stuff here where you can pick this apart. It feels very iPhone-like in its lack of perfectness. And it's weird to use the iPhone as the sample of what lack of perfectness means. But hey, this again, like, this is something, if you look at it like this, if you're just seeing this on a Facebook scroll, this looks great. Like, this is a photo you want to use. Now, to the earlier point, and yes, for photo bombers and the like, this is awesome. You know, I think this was Google's picture. I could be wrong. But yeah, taking out the people from the background, like, here's the before, the middle, and then I'll get to the after in a second. But yeah, taking people out of this picture is going to actually be pretty easy, because all you're doing is removing them from a backdrop of the sky, and arguably they, of course, have the points where they contact with the concrete. But yeah, when you look at the after picture, if you really look, you can pick out, I can't get any closer than this, but if you really look, you can see where the person at the top right was removed, mostly because the concrete bulges up just slightly where it tried to correct for that. And if you look over to the left, honestly, I don't think anyone would really be able to tell. If you get a good zoom and get in close enough, you might be able to spot some inconsistencies and oddities that wouldn't happen in real clouds. But at least at this size, it looks good. Let's see, do we have any others? Yeah. And of course, the infamous Best Buy shot that has been shared. Anyone who's looked at this, I think we've all said it already. Like, it does a good job for an actual video. This is impressive. It's not perfect. You can definitely pick out spots where it should have been better. But hey, it's like, this is a lot better than anything that has existed before. And again, like, this is the sort of thing you might not like it. If you can zoom in close, again, you can pick out those problems. But if this is like a 2-second clip in a video where it's already like this, you don't see anyone getting removed or anything like that. But if there's a 2-second clip in a video, you might just say, oh, I don't see anything wrong. That's the whole thing. Remove those, and it's occurring to me this isn't actually a video. I don't know why I said it was, but no one's moving. Obviously, it's not a video. Brain fart. but yeah, the reality is, if you just see this inserted into a video or in a Facebook or Instagram scroll, you're never going to notice that people were removed. Not likely. It's only if you're trying to do a professional photo, you're going to come back to this. Like if you're actually trying to make this a publishable photo or something like that, people are going to look and notice, oh, hey, why is there a chair? Or sorry, these two white chairs, and they become a bench because the person between them was removed. Why does it look like weird blotchiness where those above the counter? Why you get over to the guy at the far left standing next to the TV? Why does it look like that yellow thing next to him gets doubled? Like, there's obvious signs of problems. Let's see. Carson, this is meant for small things in the background like people. I agree, but that's not how people are going to use it. Legitimately, that is not how people are going to use it. I have already seen jokes, if you want to call them that, where people are taking famous movie scenes and removing people from them. But like scenes of a couple, like two people together, just removing one or the other as kind of like a breakup joke or stuff like that. One of them I saw was when Harry Met Sally, removing one or the other from that picture. I've seen a couple of others. Anyway, that's the whole point. I'm immediately like, I had this joke with somebody else a while back, but imagine Magic Eraser like taking pictures of, and wow, if I'm ever gonna get demonetized for something, take pictures of an adult scene. You know what I'm saying? Take an adult scene, an adult video, and just remove somebody from it. Admit it, that'll be hilarious. Anyway, Diablo, I hope updates and feature drops can ever improve. Not Google just saying we done on camera. Okay, not quite sure what that means, but yeah. I'm sure this will all improve. This is all like, I mean, who was it that's called this gimmicky? I mean, I completely agree, but whoever called this gimmicky, yeah, this is right now a gimmicky feature. It's good, it's interesting, it's useful in some cases. It's not something that a professional photographer is going to get a ton of use out of, but it might get used. And it'll be awesome for people who just walk around, take a picture, and they're like, hey, we went to the beach this week, and, you choose to remove random beachgoers. So yeah, that's going to be that difference. So I don't think that this is bad. I just don't think it's good enough yet, but it will get there, and that's kind of the important part. Let's see, there was more in the Magic Eraser stuff. I think there was. Pretty sure there was someone else leaked. Or not leaked, but they jumped the embargo. I know I saw another set of pictures that I'm sure some were embargo breakers, but I don't remember enough about how to find them. And I'm not seeing... Oh. This isn't the one I'm thinking of, but let's see what this one is. Okay. Well, that didn't go where or that picture's not included. I don't know. Somebody shared, it was shared in general. the link to that Google Photos album. I'm scrolling up. I'm not sure how far I'll have to go for that, but I thought it was somewhere right around here. Oh wait, no, that was to the Best Buy shot. Never mind. Okay, anyway. Carson posted that link. Okay, I'm quickly checking it real quick. If I can get it to load. Okay, it was the Best Buy thing. Alright. Okay, so anyway, yeah, Magic Eraser looks pretty neat. I will see how much use it ends up getting. That, I think, is going to be the big question mark, is will it become a gimmicky, laughable thing, or will it become huge? My guess is it's actually going to be probably pretty popular in some circles, and then others will not treat it that well. One notable thing is this could turn out a lot like the fake depth of field effect, the portrait effect, where the first instances aren't that good, and then give it a year or two, and all of a sudden they start getting really good. I think we might just have to... I think that same thing might happen here. We're going to see an initial first step that's not that good, and then it'll start getting better and better as time goes by. Let's see. It's possible they refine usually anyways. Yeah. They'll definitely... I mean, no matter what, they'll definitely make it better, because why wouldn't they? It's more an issue that this is a hard thing to do automatically, so, or semi-automatically. So yeah, I think it'll just get better with time. Plus, who knows? Maybe at some point they might license technology from Adobe to make it even better, because Adobe's got some ridiculous abilities to do this stuff. Anyway, that's where I put my other water. I came prepared with 2 bottles. Did Google speak about video quality? I'm trying to remember. I know. No. There we go. That was weird. I'm surprised that woke up the Nest Hub. All right. Anyway, so Austin shared the link to the one guy who I don't even know how to say this guy's channel name, but yeah, the one guy who showed a lot of the home screen. I don't remember. Did this guy... There were 2 different videos that were criticized. One of them is just straight up blatantly showing like as much as they can. The other one, there has been a lot of arguing about it, and a few people are taking the stance that the guy didn't actually break any embargoes. He just walked right up to the edge. He took the Pixel 5 and showed off all of the features that are part of the Android 12 stuff that actually, if he had shown them on the Pixel 6, they would, by any objective standard, they would have been breaking embargo. But because he showed them off on a Pixel 5, they weren't. So I get it. That was a bit of a cheesy workaround, but apparently it works. Or may have worked. As far as it goes, is this guy... Let's see, do we get into... Yeah, okay, this guy is showing stuff he's not supposed to. He's showing stuff in the camera. And it is notable that Google may not have actually given the same embargo terms to everybody, because some people were working directly with Google, some of them were working with outside PR, some outlets actually work with both. It varies, and so the terms vary. Influencers actually have had a much less restrictive set of embargoes than blogs, which a lot of people aren't terribly happy about. It's all really, really messy. Let's see. So Carson, going back to Google speaking about video quality, they definitely did during the presentation. I don't remember how much they said because, again, I didn't actually get to watch the freaking presentation because I was wasting so much time trying to order a damn phone. So yeah, I don't remember how much they said about video quality. That being said, with what we're all thinking of, I mean, it's fine. I'm not entirely sure what to make of video quality at this stage. I think we need to see people who actually know what they're doing with video. And there are some of them out there. Some of those people already have the phones and are trying them. They just can't talk about them for a few more days. But yeah, we'll get there. My hunch is we're gonna see... my hunch is we're probably gonna see some... Oh! Hey, Carson. My guess is someone's Twitter account got hacked. No need to name who. It's linked in the RambleCast chat room, but yeah, my guess is someone's Twitter account got hacked. Pretty hard, as it were. Wait a second. Okay, I'm scrolling further back and I'm now questioning how long has it been hacked? Or is this intentionally? Or is this what he actually posts? I don't follow him. But this might be why I don't follow him. Because there's a lot of stuff here I wouldn't want popping up normally, but the fact that there's a... Oh wait. No, damn it. Okay. I was mixing up a promoted tweet for a regular tweet, but still something looks funky with the account. I don't know. Who knows? He used to be less weird. Okay. David, why did Google think they could trust people with shit? Why do people think they can trust Google with shit? Sorry, I had to. But no, anyway. Yeah, look, to some extent, here's the thing. I will say this. This is a little bit of a sort of mea culpa on this one, I guess. Google doesn't really trust people with that much. Here's the thing. Let's be honest, if Google puts out an embargo and tells a bunch of outlets, hey, you can't post before such and such time. That is the embargo we're setting. The reality is, if somebody posts ahead of time, if someone leaks something, well, I don't want to say leaks, because it's not a leak at that stage. They're just breaking embargo. The practical reality is, who cares? It only affects a very, very small portion of people. And this is kind of the way that the information works. So let's say going way, way back in time, they start they start building the phone. They're designing the Pixel 6. They're making decisions about what goes into it. If information gets leaked at that stage, competitors see it. They can start moving to develop similar things and possibly even beat Google to the punch if they maybe already have some work in that space, or maybe they can fast track some work, or maybe they don't care about having the perfect launch window or whatever reason. So a leak at that stage in the timeline is really bad. You'll notice those don't happen that often because Google is still very, very secretive about things, and they only trust a small number of companies, or people within companies, I should say. Eventually, they finish the sort of design and development of the product, and then they start getting into sort of the marketing aspect of it, figuring out what they're going to show off, what they're going to highlight, how they're going to manufacture it, all of those steps. Now, at this stage, similar things still happen. There's still a possibility a competitor could rush something to market and undermine a little bit of the marketing efforts, but in reality, it's there's less potential for damage. At this stage, if stuff leaks out, if information gets out from Google's circle of trust, it sucks because it could reduce some of the hype, it could reduce some of the interest in the product, unless it's something really good like it was with the Pixel 6, in which case you kind of want stuff to leak because it builds hype, which, I mean, does anyone doubt for a second that's why the Pixel 6 was leaked into absolute absurdity this year? We knew everything about this phone before it was announced. I mean, there were a couple software details and a couple of numbers we didn't have fully leaked, but almost everything else was already known. So we got it all. I don't think that was a mistake. I mean, some of it I'm sure was. Well, I suspect was, not sure. But I don't think there's any realistic chance Google did not expect or know that stuff was... facilitate. I think Google facilitated the leak of some of this information. So, then comes announcement day. Now, aside from the actual announcements, they send out the phones, people receive them, they receive them the day before the announcement in most cases, or the day of the announcement. Most people did. There are some people who had the phones a couple weeks ago. I do know that. So regardless, you'll notice not a lot of stuff really leaked out before the actual announcement. Then announcement happens, and some of the outlets, some of the influencers decide to post things they're not supposed to post. Or at least they dance right up to the line of what they're allowed to post. Here's the thing about that. Who does it affect? It doesn't really hurt Google that much. There is a little bit of harm to Google. I'll come back to that in a second, but the only people who are really pissed that this happened are other bloggers and influencers. So if you are one of the people who has to follow this embargo, or is expected to follow this embargo, you're doing it because it's kind of a mutually assured, not destruction, but it's a practical agreement between all these different sites, basically saying, hey, we're all agreeing not to cover a thing until this date. And this is all being organized by the company, and the company does stand to gain for that. Again, I'll come back to that in a second. But the reality is, it's just about keeping sites from posting stuff early to their detriment. If, let's be honest, not leaking, but publishing these photos ahead of time, like for Magic Eraser. Oh, I guess I can switch views too. Publishing these photos ahead of time for Magic Eraser doesn't actually impact Google in any way, shape, or form. Who cares? Google doesn't really care. Now, a PR person kind of cares because it's their job to care, but Google doesn't care that that gets out. There's no reason for Google to care. It does not hurt Google anymore. Now, that's mostly true, but there is a caveat to it. And I got into this discussion with somebody yesterday. Embargoes are there for two reasons. Kind of three. One, they do help with the fact that if, well, okay, they prevent a particular behavior. And I could name sites that are very active in this sort of behavior. I won't. But it's not hard to guess what sites I'm talking about. If they get something, they will rush to post about it. They'll rush to post everything because that's what they do. They rush everything. And the reality is, if you do that, you're probably not doing a very good job with it. So imagine if there weren't embargoes, and there was a point in history where this was the case. Let's say a website gets their phone to review and there's no embargoes, so somebody decides, hey, if we post first, we'll get more views just because we're the first to post and everyone's curious. So they'll take an hour, 2 hours, rush out with the phone, take a bunch of pictures, and post about it. And then maybe later they'll post more stuff or update that article, whatever. And a lot of YouTubers would do the same thing. And as a result, the only thing that's going to be out there are going to be these, or the only thing immediately out there are going to be these terrible pictures, these terrible videos, these low quality everything that were taken because someone rushed out there, did the fastest, laziest job they could, just so they could post first. That's not good for the company. It's not really good for anyone else because now it's encouraging other sites and YouTubers to do the exact same thing. And as a result, you end up with a negative impression of the product. Now, it also helps because obviously other sites can do their own thing. They have a chance to put their own creative twist on a product, or on the announcements, on their coverage of a product, stuff like that. And it also reduces or eliminates one particular unfairness. I mean, this will always be a little unfair, but it's generally true. If you live across the country from a PR office versus living in the same city with that PR office, shipping is just going to be different. I can honestly say this actually just came up in a conversation with a company that sent me some stuff under embargo. Thank you, company. Their PR office used to be in New York City. Or, well, just outside of New York? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. But their PR office used to be located right there in New York. And they just relocated to California. So the person I'm now working with, and had a presentation with, was like, oh, yeah, I'll put this in the mail. Wait, where are you at? Oh, you're in Oregon? Oh, you might have this by tomorrow night. Yeah, that's the reality of it. At this point, if you live close enough to where they're shipping out of, you can actually get products in advance. And if that's the case, all of a sudden it's a huge advantage for the people who live really close to PR, and it's a terrible disadvantage for people who live across the country or in weird places. Again, I live in a weird place that does get slow shipping. So, yeah. Anyway, embargoes help to prevent all these side effects from factoring in as much. I mean, they still do. Like, things that have been shipped to me with almost no buffer time, I've had to rush. I mean, rush so hard to try to get even marginally useful stuff in order for a review or to talk about a particular product. I mean, a Google Home was overnighted to me, supposedly overnighted to me, and it still didn't get to my house because, or it didn't get to my house until something like 5 hours after the Google Home was on store shelves, because that, the FedEx, I think it was, just doesn't, at that time, just did not ever deliver before noon. So yeah, there were people on Reddit putting out reviews of the Google Home before I even had the box open. That kind of thing happens. So yeah, if I lived in a different place, the Google Home would have actually gotten to me that same day, most likely. Or it would have at least gotten to me at like 7 in the morning. All of these would have been possible, but they weren't in that scenario. Anyway, yeah, all these little things factor in, and that's why embargoes exist, is to remove advantages and disadvantages, and to also to give sites and YouTubers time to do this stuff. But the thing is, if somebody breaks it, again, it doesn't hurt Google. It just hurts the other YouTubers and other sites. So Google doesn't really have to trust them that much. They just have to put stuff out, and if they see somebody continually breaking embargoes, and that somebody isn't important enough, Verge, Google will keep sending them stuff. But if they notice somebody does keep breaking embargoes, yeah, that person, that YouTuber, that outlet, whatever, will stop getting embargoes. I won't name that site again, but yeah, there's sites that are in that scenario. Let's see, David, did I fill out the virtual tech talk feedback survey? Yes, I did. And I'm really disappointed that they didn't have a section for comments, because I would have given some. Because all the questions they asked, the answers are all pretty positive. But the comments I would have given would not have been. Technically, they did have a couple of comments section, or one comment section, two. But they weren't really for that, which sucks. A blog dedicated to Google, not even getting Google review units. Well, that's what you get. Austin, I do not have them, nor have I even gotten an email about them, as far as I'm aware. Let's see. I'm quickly looking. I do not see any sign of. Yeah, I haven't gotten an email, so that's. Yeah, no emails yet. It hasn't even been a day. I'm not too surprised by that. Let's see though. While I have this open, quickly deleting some of the junk mail that I don't need or care about. Okay, good. Those can be out of the way. All right. Is that... All right, I'm looking for something very specific, and a thing that I did get emailed about, and it was something announced today, which will be a fun little thing just for a minute to show off, but if they have a nice video for it. Okay. Let's see. Where is... Ah, there it is. Okay. You thought they had 10,000 socks? They'll probably just ship them. They might. Well, no, they can't, because they said that look forward to emails coming to your email address, the email address you have registered, because I don't think they have our shipping addresses, at least not reliably. Carson, did we talk about MacBooks yet? No, we have not, because Corbin. And Corbin does not care about MacBooks. So, yeah, no MacBook discussion yet. I was definitely going to get to that. But really quick, as a side bit, I figured just for giggles, I wanted to get into the thing DJI announced today, because I don't think anyone here would possibly care or pay attention to that. That is not an announcement that is going to be interesting to most of you guys, but I wanted to find one quick... I'm looking for it. DJI announced today a camera system. The Ronin 4D. And believe me, I'm not going to spend any real time talking about this. I just wanted you guys to see what this thing looks like in action, because it's nuts. Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, good, perfect. All right, we'll swap scenes into this. All right. So this camera, I had a call with DJI, and the guy I was on the call with, he asked if I wanted any details about this thing, and it's like, I would love to cover this, but it's not really something AP is going to cover. Anyway, this camera is nuts. It is on a multi-stage gimbal. The gimbal is part of the camera system, and like during the call he just referred to it as a gooseneck. You can kind of see why, because this thing, just like the head of it, is on so many motors and contraptions as is being moved around, and they've got control through that monitor that you can use to actually angle the... Yeah, it's nuts. So he picked it up like while we're on this call. He reaches over off camera, pulls it over in front of him, and it was already turned on, and the camera is just moving independently as he holds it, or kind of like as he brings it in. And I like a 2-second viewing of this, and I'm immediately like, oh my god, I love this. I want this thing. There's no way in hell that I'm going to be able to buy it or justify having it. It's not something that would make any sense, but I mean, it would be so much fun to play with this. Anyway, out of curiosity, did they give a price? I didn't look at the details. What does it say under reserve? What do we have here? Oh wow, it's only I know this sounds crazy to say, but it's only $7,200 for the base model, and $11,500 for the 8K model. Okay, I know anyone else hearing that is like, oh my god, that's too much for a camera. Guys, for real, this is cheap for what this thing does. Now, I don't know how good the sensor is, and there are some other factors involved, but that is honestly really cheap for what this thing is and what it does. Does it come with the manual focus thing? LiDAR rangefinder is in there, because if it comes with a manual focus thing, I don't think it does. Because I don't see it anywhere here in the list of stuff in the box. Okay, that must be a separate thing. Though, I don't know, it mentions LiDAR focusing right there. How much did I expect it to be? Frankly, for the 6K, I was expecting that to be 9,000, maybe 10,000. For the 8K, I was expecting probably 14. I mean, those still would have been pretty accessible numbers, but yeah, I honestly thought this would be at least 10 to 15% more expensive. I was expecting maybe closer to 20%. These aren't bad at all in my opinion. So I'm impressed. And no, they are not sending me a review unit, but I kid you not, he offered. I wanted to take him up. I told him I wanted to take him up on it, and he's like, get a hold of me anytime. We can probably make it happen. It's like, oh, please. Anytime. I just want to toy with this. But yeah, anyway. I wish I had a reason to use it. I just don't. So yeah, anyway, that was something that's what they announced today. Bear in mind this. Oh wait, did I think it was on me the whole time I was just talking about that, but anyway. AP wouldn't allow it? Well, no, they just wouldn't. AP has no reason to cover it. So it wouldn't make any sense to have a review unit sent out that all I'm going to do is maybe talk about on a YouTube channel or on here, which is also a YouTube channel, I know. But yeah, I don't have the following to justify this, and I have multiple other reviews that I'm working on, so it wouldn't make any sense to mess with this. That being said, very notably, I will again pop to, I know I've already shown this off before, but I will quickly point out this tweet, because bear in mind, that was today. In a week, DJI pops back up, and a week after that, DJI pops up again. I'm getting review units for both of these. Or rather, I have review unit for this one. Review unit for this one should be coming shortly. So, I can't talk about what they are. If you do enough, not even that much, but if you do some Googling, you will probably get a pretty good guess about what these announcements are. So yeah, I'm not going to say any more about it, but I do already have this one. I'm hoping I have enough time to actually try to review it. Curvy, did you get filtered? The only messages I see are you saying sorry you're late, but was experiencing power surges at the house, and then the one where you asked if you were getting filtered. That is all I'm seeing. Let's see. Unless, is there possibly something in the video? Nope, that's all I'm seeing. Okay, so as far as it goes, all right, quickly making sure I've read all the comments leading up to this. Okay, Carson, AP wouldn't allow it. Probably not, because it is so far outside of our wheelhouse. I imagine I could probably maybe approach Valnet and post it to a different site, like maybe Make Use Of might have had some purpose for covering it, but yeah, AP, it would have been weird. Be back during first intermission. Okay. Let's see. Carson, they could have just announced them all on the same day. That's true. DJI could have announced 3 completely different products all on the same day. I'm not going to give away anything specific, but I will say these are completely different products that they're going to be announcing on each of these events. It's not like in a week they're going to come out with, oh, by the way, here's our other pro camera. Or, you know, I'm just going to do a hypothetical here. I'm not actually naming products that are being announced. This is just purely a thing. But it's not like they're going to do, let's say, on the 27th, a Mavic Air, and then on November 5th, they're going to do the Mavic Mini. Like, they could have done those products separately. They could do them together. But it's not like that. They're not announcing two nearly identical products on separate events. So I get why they're doing this, and they want dedicated attention on the products. I'm not against that. I think this actually is the right thing to do. I think their dates are wrong. If I were DJI, I would have split these up by 2 or 3 weeks between each one. I think that would have been a little bit better of a strategy. It would have given more space to them, and people would actually be a little more inclined to watch that kind of thing. So, yeah, that's my only real criticism on the fact that they split them up. Not that they did it. I think they did it just right. I just think they should have given them more of a gap. Particularly because, and I think I know why they didn't do this, but there is one product I think they should have announced. Dead serious, I think they should have announced it during the summer. I think it was a mistake to wait this late in the year. And it's not the product you're thinking of. Maybe. It depends. But there is a particular product I really wish they had announced during the summer, because that would have made so much more sense. Carson, okay, you asked about what Samsung announced today. I didn't look into it, but I've heard this repeatedly. I keep hearing it as Moto Maker for the Flip 3. Samsung Unpacked. We'll just search for that. I'm sure this will be easy enough to find in. Come on. Really? No Verge links in here? How is that possible? Wow. They obviously did not decide to mention. New Galaxy Watch 4 features and Flip 3 bespoke. Okay. Who do we give our click to? You know what? We don't give a lot of love to Sam Mobile. I actually suddenly love this title. After today, Samsung has ruined its Galaxy Unpacked events for good. Today's Galaxy Unpacked was more of a marketing stunt that has ruined the reputation of Samsung's main product launch event. Sam Mobile, being who it is, I understand why they have this opinion, but I'm just gonna say the Galaxy Unpacked event where they had the kid, I'm just gonna call him Timmy because I don't remember what name they actually used for him, but the kid and the cackling housewives and everything else, that ruined Samsung Unpacked. That reputation was already on the rocks. But hey, Sam Mobile they got their thing. Oh wait, this is from 2 days ago. Screw it, do I have to use one of these? Fine. We'll just give Tom's Guide the view. Okay, anyway. So, Flip 3. Yeah, so... Oh, wait, that's a whole chunk video. Alright, that's all preview. Okay, I didn't want a live vlog. Can we just have like one good post here? How about we just go to The Verge? I'm sure it's gonna be in here. Oh my god, it's not even on the front page. I'm thinking The Verge just did not give any craps whatsoever about this. Okay, I'm looking. I'm sure people didn't forget about it. But man, all the attention is really on Google and Apple. They're just shutting out Samsung, which, okay, you know, if it's a bad marketing event, then that's cool. Oops, that was an accident to click on that. Really, guys? Really? How do you... Okay. They just can't hit their... Alright, Carson, thank you. Okay, so... Yeah, basically, this is the whole point. You can customize the colors of your Flip 3 if you want to. Is this... that... Oh, and evidently, I guess, judging from this photo, you can't change the black segment at the top. You can only change the other two segments. But, yeah, There are 49 possible color combinations. That's it. Oh boy. Okay. There's not a whole lot to be said there. Alright, and then new Galaxy Watch 4 features. So oh, live wallpaper. That's kind of neat. Obviously some new faces. New complications. Okay. I kind of don't feel like reading this too closely, but it's cool. But we already kind of knew that the Galaxy Watch 4 was going to get a lot of staged updates and improvements because they obviously did kind of rush it out a little bit. Which, understandably so, Samsung wanted to be first, and rightfully. Let's see. Oh, a special edition Watch 4, which, okay, whatever. And Buds 2 special edition. Okay, don't care. Alright, so yeah, this wasn't a super exciting event. Carson, this could have been a blog post, not an event. Yup. Austin needs a wood option. Actually, that's kind of a great idea. I agree with that. It doesn't even necessarily have to be real wood, though. That would, like, do a bamboo back on this. I would be all about that. I mean, I still wouldn't get it because the phone is overpriced, but I would kind of dig actually like a just pure bamboo backing for this phone. Which, I mean, it obviously isn't, but this very bottom one almost looks like that could have been the intention. I'm also going to throw it in there, and I know that this will sound weird, but I bet a fabric back would do real, fabric or vinyl on the back of these would actually do really well. I'm not sure that'd be so good for heat dissipation, but that could have been neat. But yeah, anyway, I completely agree. This probably should have been a blog post, or maybe do like, I mean, this would be part of a blog post, but do some promotional videos. But did they need to have an event for it? No. They did not. Everyone would have covered it equally. It didn't need an event. Though, I don't know, I didn't see the event. Maybe they said a lot more during the event and no one's covering it, but I doubt that. Are they skins or attachable plates? I think that this is part of the body, as far as I can tell. Let's see. I saw a comment, or part of this said... Alright, let's see. Not that. You can mix and match by choosing phone frame options of black or silver, and front and back colors of pink, white, black, or the new colors blue and yellow. Oh, it was the first sentence. I skipped over it. But Galaxy Z Flip 3 Bespoke Edition owners can also register to replace their device panel with new colors at Samsung.com. I take that to mean that this is not a thing that you can just replace manually. I think you have to send it to them. I'm guessing. Once the order is placed, devices are tailor-made and arrive in special edition packaging with a bespoke edition wallpaper and cover screen that matches the device's colors for a fully coordinated look. Maybe you can't even replace them. Like, I don't think you can send them in unless... yeah, I guess not. You'd think it'd be mentioned somewhere here. So yeah, I think this is just how you have to order them. That's not great. Hey, technically speaking, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in the channel before. But yeah, so I don't know. It's good that they're doing this. Cheers. People have said it for years. Moto Maker was actually a neat thing. I want to see more stuff like this. I think companies should be doing this stuff. I think it's a huge clusterfuck that they decided to come along and do this after the devices were already sold for 2 months, 3 months, whatever it's been. Don't put out a product like this and then, or don't put out a really expensive product that a bunch of people are going to rush and buy and then turn around and say, oh, by the way, today we'll let you start configuring them. No, that's stupid. Don't do that. So, yeah, I think that was a mistake. But if this starts a trend and from this point forward, Samsung starts putting out, like day one, if they start doing this stuff for every model, or at least pick the models that you're going to do this with and make the bespoke edition available right away, cheers. That should happen. My only other wish, and I know that this is asking a lot, but I think they should do it. I don't want to see just these colors. And it's not that I just want to see, it's not that I want to see different color options. I want to see custom printing, or at least more inventive stuff. I mean, think back to, let's see, Google Pixel art cases. Oh, not that. I click on Etsy. What am I doing? Where are we gonna find them? What about custom art cases? Will that get us there? Probably not. Okay. Anyway, you guys, I'm sure, remember what I'm talking about. How about, let me just skim images real quick. All of the custom art cases that they did. Okay, this was kind of an example. I don't think this was even one of the ones they had, but... oh, come on. I even had one of these. I really loved that case. It broke eventually. It wasn't very good as a case, but I mean, it looked awesome. But yeah, you know, I want to see something like this, but build it right into the phone. And, you know, this kind of counters my whole thing about I'm going to put a case on everything, but I would like to see phones where you can customize the look of it. And for that matter, I know that this would piss off a lot of people, but let people do custom printing, because I guarantee a lot of people are going to come along with their favorite sports teams. You know, people are going to come along and put random slogans, possibly some very offensive slogans, on their phones. People are going to come along and want to put all kinds of stuff on here. Let them. Let people put stuff on there. I get it. You might have to block sports teams for obvious reasons, but there's so much stuff you could put on here that would actually be really neat. And even if they only give us limited selection, it would still be really good if they have it. So, Samsung, good start, wrong choice. Diablo, no wonder not many wrote on this. Yeah, exactly. Live case, yes, that's what it was. Let's see, Carson. Yeah, it was for the OG Pixel. Did they do live cases for the Nexus? I guess maybe like the last Nexus might have had them, but yeah, I had it specifically on the OG Pixel, and yeah, they all cracked. They lasted surprisingly long. They felt like they were going to break down way faster, but I had it on the OG Pixel, and it definitely, the side of it eventually, or the edge, corner, whatever, eventually cracked, and it didn't fully snap off, but it was really close. I'm sure I still have it somewhere, I just don't know where. And yeah, I bought one of the art ones too. Nexus 6 had a Skrillex one. That's right. I forgot about that. Remember when Skrillex was a thing? Nobody else does. Anyway. So yeah. I'm glad they're doing this. I don't think it's that special. Not until they give more options. As far as the watch stuff, I'm not really gonna read this. There's not even that much here, but it seems like they're just adding faces. I think, if I'm just seeing this correctly as I skim through, which cool. I'm not overly excited by it, but hey, improvements to the Watch 4 are improvements to the Watch 4. That's good. Okay, we can close these. Let's see. So, was there anything else? Making sure I didn't skip over something. Okay, Carson, earlier you posted a tweet to the Discord. Because, believe it or not, that I think is technically under embargo. I think that's technically under embargo. I'm not going to say anything too specific here. But I will say other people I have heard from don't seem to agree with that person on their evaluation. Not like in a harshly negative way, but just they're not overly impressed. That's, I think, about as gently accurate as I can say. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, so that's about that one individual tweet, the one before the Stephen Hall stuff. Embargo ends Monday. Yeah, it does. Oop. Gesture screwed me up for a second. All right. Anyway, let's see. So I can close these tabs. Let's close that. that one, that one, that one, those two. Hey, look at that. I'm down to 1 tab for my browser tab. Yeah, I didn't sign an NDA, but I'm still being respectful of the embargo. Because, one, I mean, obviously I am associated with a site that does have an active NDA. Though, again, this isn't really NDA territory. This is just embargo territory. So I don't think there'd be, like, there isn't a possible serious ramification. Regardless, you know, you do it for professional reasons. Austin, you thought the Pixel 6 was better than the 4, but not close to an iPhone. Austin works for Alphabet, though. Yeah. Anyway. So, let's see. What else was there? Trying to think. Okay. So, we don't have... Diablo's hitting the emoji sauce. Okay, anyway, yeah, so I think in general, the general opinion seems to be it's good, but it's not anything special. If that answers it. Let's see. Anyway, so MacBook Pro. That was a topic that came up a little bit ago. Or was a proposed topic from a little bit ago. Let's see. First off, holy crap. Were you guys paying attention to what Apple's claiming the performance of that thing is going to be? Oh my god. Let's just pull up this, and of course Mac Rumors already has the 2022 rumors going on. Everyone's putting out their hot takes, so probably have to go. We're not going to click on you. Ars Technica calling out the HDMI port, which, yeah, I heard that too. Just for giggles, I will bring up the buyer's guide, but... Okay. I have to go to the second page to get to the actual announcement stuff. What is happening in this world? Okay, come on. Oh my god, okay. Sure, CNET, you're the first one I found that actually covers the stuff I wanted to dig into. Alright, and I guess Mac Rumors can work too. My god, seriously? How about this? Do we have... Ah, there we go. This is what I wanted to find, kind of. Close. Okay, so... Carson and I will come back to that momentarily. Yeah, hot takes come first. First off, I've been rethinking and considering some of my opinions on this, and I'll start by saying, as far as just general case design, I'm a little weirded by it. I kind of like the nice curved edges, but we'll see. I don't know. This sharper edge that they've got on these is possibly not really going to be that bad of a thing. I want to try it before I judge it. It is an interesting look. It feels boxier to me, which I think I'm not really a fan of. But hey, not totally spiteful or hateful towards it. So, you know, it's a thing. We'll just have to wait and see. Let's see. As far as are these better pictures on Apple's site? A little bit. But it looks like they've got fewer of them. Why? Oh, if I get in here? No? Man, I thought Apple's site normally has really, really big, elaborate... Ah, here's the elaborate page. This is what I was looking for. Okay. So, alright, we'll get through the spinny stuff. Getting to the ports. Okay. First off, return to MagSafe. I'm totally good with that because, as far as I can tell, I think MagSafe is actually going to support a higher top end than USB-C currently does. So that, I think. And if that's true, yay. That makes a lot of sense. So I'm good with that. That being said, I'm really not loving the fact that they dropped one of the USB-C ports. By the way, presumably, depending on how you look at this, they dropped it so that they could add in that HDMI port. Yeah, I am... There's no way you're going to make me happy about this. Now, personally, I think they should have just added the HDMI port and left a USB-C port alone. You know, keep all 4 USB-C ports, add the HDMI port. If you have to do some weird stuff in order to split the pipe to support this, okay, do some weird stuff to support that. But leave me my 4 USB-C ports because, fun fact, as I look around my room, you know what I see? A lot of USB-C cords, cables, plugs, things that plug in over USB-C, USB-C adapters. I have a ton of USB-C stuff. I don't want... The thing is, sure, this solves the need for power, and it happens that a lot of times I do have my laptop plugged into a monitor, so technically I will be putting to use both the power and HDMI cables. That's great. I'm okay with this. My problem, my objection, the thing that pisses me off is I'm also sitting here going, well, hey, I can also name times that I plug in 4 USB-C cables, and none of them are power or a monitor. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. I want 4 USB-C ports. Plain and simple. Give me 4 USB-C ports. Done. That would make me happy. So yeah, I'm not thrilled at this. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't think it's going to ruin life or anything, but honestly, pretty soon I'm going to go on Amazon and I'm going to go looking for a USB-C hub. Like just ideally a small hub, but I might look for something that has even more ports, like maybe a few USB-A and possibly other stuff. We'll see. And then they brought back the SD card reader. All right. I know a lot of people... I've had this conversation now on Twitter. And I kind of get this now a little bit more. I'm still not... I still don't see myself using it. Even though I'm actually going to be using SD cards a lot more than I was, I still don't see myself using it. Here's the thing. Almost every device that I have ever had, maybe not ever, but in recent years, almost every device I can name that I have that takes any sort of memory cards, I can plug those devices in over USB, over USB, and just access the card directly. I know that's not ideal for all use cases, but it's a common thing for me. So, I don't feel the super big need to have the card reader here. Now, here's the thing. I've now talked with a few people. I've heard opinions from a few people, and even MKBHD brought up this exact point, the same one that Brandon, the leaker, Brandon Lee. Same thing he brought up. They're both using they're not going to necessarily use these with the SD cards out of their cameras. They're going to be using these with the SD cards that come out of their audio recorders. And I know there are people with cameras that are going to be using these. There are going to be people who have various other use cases. I accept it. I'm not going to argue this point. But I still, and I made this argument on Twitter, I hold to it. It should not have been SDXC. That's a okay format to support, but SDXC, in fact, Wikipedia, SDXC. How old is SDXC? I want to know, because my hunch is that it's old as balls. January 2009, SDXC was announced. Well, defined. January 2009. It's a 12-year-old, almost 13-year-old format. SDXC is okay. It's fine. It's good for photos. It's great for photos. It's okay if you have, moderate bitrate data going in. But here's the thing. SDXC, again, old as balls. Now, at a bare minimum, I didn't even know about this format, but I'm just going to point it out. Just below SDXC on the Wikipedia page, I've never heard of SDUC. Also, I'm slightly uncomfortable about just the mere fact that you could pronounce that SDUC. Or get a little more creative if you like. But it's a newer format. And I'm assuming... Let's see. Does it mention... Looks like it would fit into the same package. So same size. Apple, if you're going to stick anything in there, stick in something that would support the newer format. Please don't stick in a port for a format that's 12 years, almost 13 years old. This doesn't make sense. Don't handicap the port so that people it might not happen immediately, but let's say in 2 years, 3 years, maybe SDXC will really start dying off quickly and people will have a reason to pick up SDUC. Or, and this is where we start getting into the meat of my point, the one I suggested, CFast. Yeah, CFast 2.0. Let's look up CFast 2.0. We're gonna find a better all right, maybe not. Sure, we'll just look it up on Wikipedia. So yeah, there's CFast. And there's also CF Express. These are two different things, but they're the same-ish. Where's it at? Alright, maybe it was CF Express that you want to be using right now. I gotta admit, I don't quite remember, but one of these is now super common in, like, Canon cameras. Yeah, it looks like Blackmagic is... Oh, that's weird. Blackmagic has been using CFast cards. Canon, yep, there's Canon, has been using CFast cards. Here's the thing. These are becoming common. By the way, this announcement right here, that Canon has announced using it, 2015. Like, this is a new thing that is way faster, way more effective, and it is becoming more and more common. Yes, they're more expensive, they are not super popular yet, but they can also be used across, or they can also accommodate SD cards. The Sony A7 III memory card. Let's see. Okay, Sony A7S III can support CF Express Type A cards. And here's the thing. It can also support SD cards. Same slot can accommodate both cards. Apple should have done this. Apple could have put in a port that would have accepted both of these cards, and I'm assuming probably even supporting SDUC. So why not put in that port? Why go with something that is old and not going to support media that a lot of the actual pros are either using or will soon be using? Why? They could have done it. They didn't. Why? That to me is the push. That's the rub. You make a big deal about putting in a port. Put in a port that's future proof. Don't stick in a port that a bunch of people are going to possibly today say, yeah, we don't want to use this because it doesn't support the cards that we use. So this port is already worthless to those pros. That's what bugs me. I cannot get over that oversight. And also, as people pointed out, the HDMI ports, in theory, may actually be HDMI 2.0 instead of 2.1. And yeah, to that I just say, come on. Don't screw up a little thing like that. It's so easy to get this right. But whatever. Alright, quickly looking back to comments. Carson, full-size HDMI looks weird. Yeah, it really does. It's like the only chunky port in this lineup. Okay, so Carson, Austin, both agreeing, USB-C all the way. Which also, the other comment pretty much everyone has been making is, look, if you've owned a Mac for the last many years, you already have a dongle that goes from USB-C to HDMI. Those are commonplace. I mean, they are dirt common. I don't think that many people really care anymore. I think most people are kind of okay with the idea that they can just go find one of those adapters almost anywhere. So yeah, sort of just, I don't see the urgency of this. Though, that being said, I do totally get and respect the fact that if you're bouncing between meetings or you go to a presentation or something like that, the last thing you want to do is have a dongle that you have to babysit and keep with you. You don't want to have to search around for one. And those dongles have a tendency to be super fragile. And so they break. And when they break, that sucks too. Anyway, yeah. The other thing, and I know that this is such a tiny detail to call out, but I kind of want to. Currently, the audio jack on every Mac from at least the last 2 major generations, the audio jack has been on the back right side. With this generation, they are moving it to the left side. I don't think this is a big deal, but there's a little part of me that hates that because it is different and I'm going to have to route my cable a little differently. But there's also a part of me that loves it because almost every pair of headphones I have or have seen, if they have the audio cable coming up on one side, it almost always comes up on the left side. If you're actually sitting and facing your laptop, this is actually kind of a great thing because now you don't have the audio cable actually literally hanging between you and the laptop the entire time. It doesn't cross your body or the laptop. This way, it will just run straight down and straight up to the laptop's audio jack. I'm good with this. A little part of me, again, is still uncomfortable with the fact they changed it, but that's just because I feel like I'm going to find some reason I'm not happy about it. Let's see. Moving into the processors, I guess, because that's what they're bringing up. they've got the Pro and the Max. I will say, I didn't expect there to be two names for these, but I'm okay with it. I think they are going to be pretty cool. I sort of just wish that they had just distinguished the Pro and the Max by some other naming convention. I don't know, like come up with the M1 Pro 16 and the M1 Pro 32 or whatever. No, that would have sounded like bit rate or bits. But yeah, I don't know, something about the Pro and the Max, the naming choice, the branding here, I don't think is quite right, but it's branding. I don't care. Scary fast seems good. Yeah. So to that, I'll show you guys in a second what I had to pick up. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it now. We'll pop open the order page. 16-inch. I initially looked at these numbers. I saw this number and thought, wow, if that's what the Max is going to cost, I'm out. Because I knew that number was going to go up. Like, it always goes up. So then I looked at that and it's like, that's doable. I can be okay with this. But check this out. So we hit select. Then you come in here. These numbers are different. These are different from when I ordered 2 days ago. Why are they different? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the thing is, for a pretty nominal upgrade, you can bump from the Pro to a Max. So I did. I don't know if they did typos or they changed their inventory or what, but anyway, so yeah, I made the switch to the Max, just a lower end model of the Max. This is different. This is definitely different set of options, because previously I had between 60 and 32 as picks. Okay, I'm really curious what's going on with that. But anyway, so yeah, that's what I ended up picking. Out of curiosity, can you do that over here on the base model? Yeah, you can. Bouncing up always goes to 32. When I did this, I was given between 16 and 32. Okay, we're gonna do a quick look. It's not that I think my order is gonna be wrong. I'm just curious to double check. From Apple. Okay, let's see. Will order status actually show this? Show configuration details. Okay, am I gonna dox myself if any of this stuff is shown? Okay, I'll have to... Okay, I'm zooming in just to make sure I don't show one detail, but there we go. So yeah, that's the configuration. So M1 Max, 10 core, 24 core GPU instead of the 32 core. 32 gigs memory, 1 terabyte storage. That's the configuration. I obviously don't need to order any of the extra software. I also ordered the extension power cable for $19, which I already have, because they send that over a month ahead of the actual product, which, come on, Apple, do better. But whatever. Anyway, let's see. Diablo, some people said their orders got pushed out. Obviously, yes. Orders are a little bit out there in some cases. I'll reposition this page just because. Damn it. Okay, how do I... Okay. I had to really do some zooming to make that work, but yes, that's my current estimate. Carson, extension MagSafe cable. No, this is the accessory cable that oh, I don't have it or one like it in here. This is the one that goes from the brick to the wall. I can pull it up in a second, but yeah, it's the extension cable that goes from brick to wall. So yeah, it's not like that's a big deal, but they don't include that in the box anymore. And I know people really hate not having that, so I get it. And I get it for myself, because I don't like having the brick on the wall or on the power strip or anything like that if I can avoid it. So I knew I was going to need another one. I ordered it. I probably could have avoided that, but I figured that wasn't that big of a deal. It's $19, which is a little more expensive than it should be, but no big. Anyway, yeah, my original estimate was December 3rd through 9th or something. Or 11th. I don't know. Anyway, I guess probably December 3rd through 10th or 4th through 11th. It was something like that. It was like not the first few days of December, but basically the first full week of December was my estimate. As you can see, it has changed. I did nothing to change it, but I have a feeling either one of two things happened. Either Apple allocated more resources to assembly, manufacturing and assembly, and if so, they bumped up their timeline. The other possibility that I consider far more likely is all the people who rushed to put in orders right away then realized that they wanted to change their order or something like that, so they canceled their original order, and as a result, everyone in the queue moved up. I'm sooner thinking that's what happened here. So, hooray. Alright, quickly looking through comments. Some people said some people said orders got pushed back. Carson, any apps I use that haven't been updated for Apple Silicon? So the answer is a definite yes. I mean, no brainer. Android Studio, I'm pretty sure hasn't. I mean, I guess I could check. Let's see. I'm done with this page, so I'll just use it. Android Studio, Apple Silicon. Let's see. Contains preliminary support. Oh, then that was back in April. All right, so I guess it does support that. Still under active development. We wanted to get a functional version out to the app developer community to get feedback. On top of the IntelliJ build, design tools work, and the Android emulator works with API 30 and the API S developer preview emulator system images. Okay, so that's cool. I honestly did not think it would be there yet. Let's see. I definitely have things that haven't been updated, but there are also things that don't necessarily count. Like Java. Hello World. I mean, that's probably true too. I think all of the Adobe apps I use, I think all of them have been. Oh, I might have to rebuy. No, I won't need to rebuy that. It'll work under Rosetta. Just quickly looking through my app list to see if there's anything I'm not thinking of. Does VLC have VLC Apple Silicon? Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. So VLC works on M1 Max. Or natively on M1 Max. Okay, so that covers another thing. Carson, still a beta version, it seems, for Android Studio. True, but I will say this. Come on, if you're running Android Studio, it's all a beta version. And I don't say that to be offensive to the Android Studio and tools developers. Like, cheers, you guys do good work. But I mean, really, there's so much stuff there, and it all kind of has to operate in sort of a this is our best effort, and this is what we have to work with situation. So yeah, you know, it's all a little gummed up. I don't know. There's a chance that, like, maybe I think Firefox might not. Let's find out. Firefox, Apple Silicon. Okay, looks like that's covered. I figured it would be, but you never know. Technically, I do use Handbrake. I bet that hasn't been, which kind of sucks. Handbrake Apple Silicon. If it's supported, I'm gonna be... Handbrake runs natively on Apple? You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Okay, that makes me happy. Because I do a lot of conversions in Handbrake. Holy crap, okay. That's probably the thing I don't want to say I was worried about, but it was the thing I'm most optimistic about. And Handbrake doesn't seem to get a lot of coverage or support these days, so I really wasn't that sure. Okay, I'm still looking through. I mean, there's still some things that I bet anything aren't covered. Like, I have updater apps and stuff for flashing firmware. That stuff doesn't even work on Macs half the time. It doesn't get updated for new versions of Mac OS. So some of that stuff I'm pretty skeptical about. But once you get past this list, almost everything else, either it's not going to matter, it should run fine under Rosetta, or it probably already wasn't working great under the current stuff. So I feel like I'm not going to have any real problems with this now. And I haven't heard anyone else complaining about that. Oh, hey, I just realized why this is different. Right up here. Educational store. By the way, for anyone who's ordering a Mac, always go to their education store. It's really straightforward, really easy. Just go there. They do not check. They do not verify. That's why these prices are different. Well, the prices and the options. At least the prices. Maybe the options are still the same, but... let's see, if I go to the regular Apple Store, Mac. Don't know why I just got that notification, but cool. All right, we'll do a quick comparison just to show what's up. All right, a 16-inch. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Okay, so yeah, here's the educational price of the big one. We'll just use that as a reference point. Here's the standard price of the big one. I mean, we're talking from 32 to 35. $300. That's a pretty hefty chunk right there, and that's before any other configurations. Let's pop into the one that I actually originally looked at. We'll just run these side by side for comparison's sake. Okay, so bump that, 32, 1 terabyte. Again, I am sure I was given 16 as an option before, and I had to explicitly choose not 16. But hey, whatever. Okay, all the same options. Yep. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see that. Let's zoom. There we go. All right, so this is normal price, basically $3,300. Educational price, $3,040. Yeah. If you're buying a Mac at all, go for educational discount. In case anyone's wondering why they don't verify, there's actually a very easy reason. It's because tons and tons of parents buy laptops for their kids to go to school. And all those parents were asking for educational pricing because they should. It's actually warranted in that case. And Apple's own terms for educational pricing explain very clearly that that is the intended, or that they want those people to be able to get laptops and at educational pricing. If they were to, however, ask parents to prove their student status, oh my God. Can you imagine how much of a hassle that is? Parents would have to bug the kids to get proof. The kids would, first off, probably not even be able to get it half the time because it's a huge pain to do that. And just in general, like, you're verifying all these people. You're jumping through all these hoops in order to verify something. Nobody wants to do that. That's stupid. It's a huge, huge, colossal waste of time. So, yeah, anyway, they don't. As a result, it makes a million times more sense to do all of this stuff and just let anyone who's going to claim to be a student, let them buy on student pricing. It's not like it matters. Apple has a pretty healthy markup. And tons of people don't know this or don't think about it. So they hop onto this page, they just start buying at the higher price. They don't think about it, they don't check it out. Yeah, so anyway, that's what I did. In retrospect, even now, not gonna lie, I'm thinking I really should have upgraded to the next, or to the bigger processor. Oh well. But oh well. Yeah, and I wasn't, as much as I would have liked going to 64 gigs, not happening. That's too much. And I don't think I would push that line anyway. So yeah, anyway, you've now seen the configuration. Jumping back to the hot takes. Let's see. As far as anyone who watched the presentation, I'm sure some of you did. I'm assuming one, two, or more didn't. The presentation was just basically bragging about how absurdly overpowered these things are. Let's see, does this... Oh yeah. Look at these. The size of the M1 Pro is already... This is a pretty chunky chip. And then you look at the Max, and I mean, these aren't even to scale. Actually, do they have these side by side to scale? No, they don't. Though maybe these are supposed to be to scale. I saw another image that showed them side by side as like actual sizes. And I swear that the Pro was way smaller than the Max. But yeah, the M1 Max is a huge chip. And I mean, just on the sheer notion that size matters, that max is going to be beefy. So yeah, I was kind of gung-ho for that. You wonder what real world battery life's going to be like? Yeah, so do I. Because reviews aren't going to be out until these things are shipping, practically. Actually, I bet that's not true. You know what, though? Out of curiosity, YouTube M1 Pro review. Let's try that. Okay, reaction videos. Yeah. It's all long-term reviews of the old stuff and reaction videos for the new stuff. So, yep, no one has them in hand yet, or they're not allowed to talk about them yet. More likely the second. I bet they're under embargo too. My expectation is they're probably... Apple has usually been close enough to honest with their estimates. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily bet on them being like spot on perfect, but I doubt Apple fudged the numbers. So, what were their... It was, what, 11 hours and 17 hours? Okay, let's go into that page. There we go. So we possibly have battery life coming next. Wait. Oh, by the way, this right here, that stat, up to 7 streams of 8K ProRes video playback, that is straight up bonkers insanity. This, hardly anyone is going to see this and think, oh my god, this is something I need. But video editors, especially anyone who's shooting with tons of 4K and 8K, they're seeing this and going, like, they're having bodily reactions right now. Sexual bodily reactions. I'm just saying. That's something that you can hardly get anywhere else outside of like video editing stations. And I'm not even sure most video editing stations could pull that off. I'm honestly kind of wondering how they're doing it. Okay, let's try battery life. Alright, here are their estimates. 17 hours of video playback on the 14-inch model. The 16-inch is supposedly hitting 21 hours. Carson, yes, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, here's the size comparison. I mean, look at that. The M1 versus the M1 Pro alone, like, that is a big jump up. And according to Apple, which may be true, maybe not, they basically said the M1 Pro is doubling the power, not the electrical output, but the actual capable like benchmarking. The M1 Pro supposedly is doubling the M1. And then the M1 Max is basically doubling that again, roughly. That's crazy. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Oh, wait, did Diablo get filtered too? Did you get filtered? I thought I saw something about that. I just didn't get around to commenting on the cloth. Oh. I know I saw some stuff about the cloth, but I just hadn't commented. Oh yeah, okay, I do see... Alright, I see there's Carson, there's Diablo, Carson, MagSafe, Diablo, the LOL, and... Oh yeah, okay, so better than the cloth line got filtered out. Got filtered finally, okay, yeah. Better than the cloth. I wonder why that got filtered. I wonder if that triggers some AI thing where it thinks there's some other not acceptable conversation that might reference. Huh, okay, yeah. Weird. Yep, well, that's why comments are repeated on screen. You can spot if anything hinky happens. But yeah, anyway, so this chip is nuts. I'm looking forward to it. Oh. Okay, I didn't necessarily need to close that. Let's quickly close some tabs though. That way I may as well clean up tabs while I'm here. Okay. And then their web browsing stats are noticeably taking a big dive. Not surprising, but it is what it is. So yeah, I'm thinking that these battery stats look pretty good, which I'm also taking that to mean that they're slightly more squared off body. They're probably just filling it all with battery. I could be wrong, but that's the thing that makes sense. All that space that they previously they shaved the edges down. They have this, I mean, if you felt a MacBook, it has a little bit more of a curved in body. I'm thinking that by squaring it off as much as they did, they just filled it with more battery cell. That's my hunch. Could be wrong, but it tracks. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wasn't that far from the battery section. I didn't even need to search for it. If I just scrolled a little further. Really quick on the cloth. Let's... Apple cloth. Sure. Let's just... The polishing cloth. So yeah, Apple has a polishing cloth. Evidently, iJustine, let's see, iJustine polishing cloth. When that comes up super easy, is this? Yeah. I don't know why this site came up as a result, but there we go. So yeah, apparently she was really happy with this thing, like practically pitching it on her own channel. Yeah, quote, I didn't even think twice about the polishing cloth because I got one with the Pro Display XDR and it's amazing. I also lost it because I'm irresponsible. So I was very excited to see they are selling them. Should I do a full unboxing and review? Seriously. Yeah, and I mean, perfect example. As soon as I saw the tweet, I got one. Yeah, people are ordering the polishing cloth. Also, can we just talk about the fact that they're polishing cloth? November 18th to 24th. That's how long. Is that real? Ships 2 to 3 months. Also, Apple Store pickup is currently unavailable. Come on. It's a cloth. I mean, it looks like maybe a nice-ish cloth, but come on. Apple. Is this something that you can't keep in stock? Really? 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 Okay, while we're at it, oh yes, let's get some Johnny Ive in here for the cloth breakdown. Okay, I also wanted to sidetrack and talk about this. The 140 watt USB-C power adapter, which, all right, cool. I think everyone's in favor of the idea that we're going up to 140 watts on a power adapter. Oh, there's a compatibility list on the cloth. Are you serious? Oh my god. Okay, so every product with a screen. That's something. Every product with a screen going back to 2014. Anything before 2014. Oh, wait, no, 2012. Do we have anything going back earlier than that? Another 2012. Okay, I think, yeah. Anything before 2012 you should not use this cloth on. But if you're using a MacBook Pro from 2012, go for it. Mid and late 2012 MacBook Pros, and anything after that, support it. Looks like same story with the iPhones. You can't go back further than the iPhone 6 and iPhone SE. iPhone 5s do not apply. Got an iPhone 4? You're just going to have to use one of those old grubby cloths. Microfiber is your future. That's the deal. There is no other way to go. That being said, wow. iPad mini first generation. The iPads get some serious support time on this cloth. iPad Pro first gen. How about... Yeah, okay. Looks like first gen of the iPad Air and the iPad mini. That's some serious support right there. 5th gen iPads too. The original iPad. I feel like that's not that good. Support list. Fail. Okay, anyway. So, the USB-C power adapter. I just wanted to call out, this thing's a beast. It is a little on the big side. And bring relief that the cloth is compatible with iPods. Yeah, for real. But, okay, so this thing, I mean, it's not that much bigger. I mean, I can look around and I can see mine, and yeah, I mean, it's not, they're not huge bricks, but this one's bigger. Now, what kills me about this, one port. This charging brick, which is now bigger, one port. It can pump 140 watts through it. One port. Come on. Seriously. Come on. Okay. Let's try a little experiment. Surface Book 3 power adapter. Go away. Microsoft's power adapter. Now, granted, I'm going to criticize this for a different reason in just a second. Microsoft's power adapter. Power cord going in, power cord coming out. USB-A or USB-A port. You can plug in a whole separate device to plug over USB-A or to charge over USB-A. Now, okay, it's a USB-A port. That's nothing special. Let's see, connector type. Yeah, USB 2.0, 7.5 watt. That's actually better than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, you can plug in a whole second device. Why not? Why not, Apple? Why not? You want to make people happy with your products? Put another freaking USB-C port in this thing. Or, as I have proposed a few times, I have another idea for this. I wish I wanted to go to the trouble of setting up Photoshop to do this demonstration, but you'll just have to believe me when I say, what I think they really could and should, and logically they're insane for not doing, is, let's see. Alright, do we have a picture of this? Because that would be a great notion. We do not. Alright, fine. Well, here's what I think you should also be able to charge off of there. AirPods. You know, those ones with wireless charging in them. How about you just be able to put this on top of this monster right here. You've got this nice fat surface area on the sides. Put a magnet in there and let people stick their AirPods directly to it. Instant charging. No cable. You don't have to put it on your iPod or anything like that. This solves it. This is the solution. This is how you make this feel less stupid. So, Apple, seriously, it is such an obvious solution. Do this. This adapter needs to have a wireless charging mode built right in. And charge your AirPods. That's it. Simple. Diablo, imagine at the airport you plug and it's a plate. I assume like a charging plate, you mean? Carson, most people have it plugged into a wall though, not flat. Right, that's why I'm saying magnet. Put in a magnet right on the side of this thing, basically MagSafe, and then put a nice chunky piece of metal on the back of one of these that aligns them, and you're done. Easy fix. And it won't matter what orientation you put the plug on. It won't a lot of things won't really matter here. It'll just be an easy solution. Alternatively, put the magnetics on the actual back edge, the same edge that the port comes out of. And this I don't think is as good of a solution, but it could work, and it might make sense for the other product I'm about to name. But if you do that, what you're going to end up with is you end up with a thing people can use cleverly. It looks a little futuristic. It's smart. It's inventive. And most importantly, it's part of your own freaking ecosystem, so it works. Now, the other product, which for whatever reason is loading slower than I've ever seen anything else load. Let's see, can we... why are there no good pictures for me to use here? Okay, anyway, the other product that they need to do this for, bingo, Apple Watch. Why would you, like, come on. Walk around, you should have wireless charging for your Apple Watch here. By the way, I will actually here's an interesting idea. I don't know if this would be a good idea, but let's pretend. Imagine for a second that this worked bi-directional. So maybe you're at the airport or traveling or whatever, and you realize, crap, my AirPods have no juice. Crap, I don't have the exact cable I need to go from my USB-C MacBook Pro to the Lightning port in the AirPods. These are still Lightning, right? Suddenly it occurs to me they might not be. Maybe, are these USB-C now? Tech specs. Lightning connector. But, of course, again, Qi charging also. And the Apple Watch, I know this has to be lightning, right? Into their mount thing. I'm just gonna assume it is. I don't care enough to look. Anyway, yeah, let's say you're sitting on the plane, you're using your laptop and you realize, damn, my watch is almost out of power, or my AirPods are nearly done. I want to charge these things up really, really fast. Or I just want to charge these things. Maybe it doesn't, I don't even care about it being fast. I'll plug in my power adapter that I definitely still have in my bag. I will plug that in and I'll set my AirPods on top of it. Or I'll set my Apple Watch on top of it and it'll just charge them. Why is this not a thing? This would be amazing. And it can't possibly take that much size and space that it would be a problem in this honking huge power adapter, which is still smaller than a lot of them, I know. But they could do this. This is how you make products clever and smart and useful. Anyway, reverse charging or reverse powering to the power adapter from your laptop would actually be an awesome feature in this case. But no, they don't have it. Anyway, so just had to side rant about that. All right, what else do we have here? They mentioned CPU performance. I think we can skip that mostly. I'm slightly baffled by the fact that as I look at this, they've got CPU performance and they're highlighting an Xcode, which, okay, that's not really where people, I think, had a problem. NASA Tetris, I don't even know what that is, really. Logic Pro. Yes, people needed more power on the Logic Pro usage, but I don't think that this is the thing that they were capping out on. I could be wrong. Vectorworks, actually, I've heard Vectorworks can be a slog. And Affinity Photo, you know, also known as the efficient version of Photoshop. I'm sure they're benefiting from the extra power, but again, like, these are the things that I don't think anyone was sitting there going, oh my god, I need the fastest processor so I can work in these apps. People are saying that for video editing, gaming, and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, here we go. GPU performance. Wait. Oh, okay. Split by CPU and GPU. Never mind. I take back my rant. So, Final Cut Pro, killing it with the, they're killing it with the numbers here. Which, this is what appeals to me, though. In my particular case, it's this one. DaVinci Resolve, look at those numbers. And this is blowing away what my current MacBook Pro can do by a lot. So yeah, I'm excited for this part. Curvy, don't like that they went back to MagSafe. USB-C, all the things. I'm fully in favor of MagSafe. I just wish it was an extra option, not something where a USB-C port vanished to make space for it. Because seriously, I can honestly say I already know exactly where I'm going to be putting my MagSafe port, because there's one particular place in my house that I bring my laptop all the time, and I can't tell you how often the cable gets hung up on various things there. I want MagSafe in that one specific place because it will literally save cords. So, cheers. I want MagSafe. I like MagSafe. Other than that, not the biggest deal, but Diablo water. Is this a reminder that I should be taking sips? Because believe me, I was about to. Curvy, your 14-inch is coming mid-November. So I'm a little behind. I'm about a week behind you. Maybe. Well, it depends on what your mid-November is. Mine was, I think, 17th through 24th. Something like that. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, it won't be a game changer or anything, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. I do think it's funny. This image demonstrates it, but there are a lot of them. You wonder, anyone notice the screen does not go all the way to the top there? So they're hiding the notch in a lot of shots. There's no menu bar visible. They're just hiding the notch. Yeah, come up here. I mean, technically, if you're looking, you can see very clearly they have the camera shown right there. Diablo, Hail Hydrate. I like that. Carson, I still don't get why they did a notch. Curvy, Prosser said brand recognition. Okay, Prosser's an idiot. Like, fine, go ahead and leak stuff, but please stop making predictions. He's bad at predictions or asserting his understanding of what companies are doing. He should not be talking about that stuff because he makes so many bad guesses about what people are thinking. Anyway, the notch, I don't think it has anything to do with brand recognition. I think it's because they wanted to be able to say that they have edge-to-edge screens, which they still don't. The bottom edge is still not there. Not that I'm complaining. I don't want them to have it go all the way to the bottom. Let's see. I was kind of hoping I'd hit... Do we maybe have... Let's go further down, because I bet we're going to find... Yeah, here we go. I had a feeling the notch would come next. So my original opinion on this was the notch is not that big of a deal because it chops up the menu bar, the part of the screen that generally speaking is blank. It's right in the middle. For those that aren't familiar with it, you have over here basically your status, your clock and status icons. Now, coincidentally, I have a lot of status icons open. A few of them I actually should clean up and get rid of. They're there for apps and services that I don't really use or need to have up there, and I could get rid of them. So that's an option. That being said, mine actually get pretty close to the center of the screen, so I'm not sure that's ideal. And on the other side, you have the menus. Now, I'm not going to try to pull up an app that's a good example of this, but here's the thing. I actually do have apps that reach the center of the screen. So I kind of have to take back my previous like half defense of this, because let's just really quick, I'm opening up Photoshop just to kind of mentally check this for myself. Photoshop's not even the worst offender, but there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Photoshop has 12 menus, not counting the named menu and the Apple logo at the far left. It has 12 more menus. Those 12 menus are probably going to get really close to where that notch lands. Notch landing. For anyone who doesn't know that reference, good for you. There was something else I was using just a day or two ago. I don't remember what it was, but there was something else I was using. I realized that its menus go all the way across. Like, they cover so much territory. So I'm starting to think, you know what? That notch will get in the way of a few apps. And I don't know what they're going to do about that. That does bother me a little bit. So we'll see. But all of this, absolutely all of it, can be solved with one simple software solution. If they just take that notch and fill all of the screen to the left of it with black pixels, and then pull the menu bar down to fill the space below. So that way, if a user is sitting there and going, oh, the notch is causing a problem for me, easy fix. They just go into settings, change it. It's as if you had bezels. Problem solved. Problem completely solved. Because this already just gave you more screen space. If you choose intentionally to give up a little bit of it, you're just back to what you would have had if they decided not to put in a notch. I'm okay with this. I don't know that they'll do it. I kind of doubt they will. But my argument is they can, and they should. Let's see, Diablo. I wonder if they wanted to do Face ID, but was like, next year. That's my hunch. And they could, from what I understand, they still have all the sensors inside of that sensor bundle that will be able to do it. But maybe, I'm theorizing maybe their software wasn't ready yet or something like that. I don't know. I don't overly care that much. I don't think I would even use it if it had Face ID, but whatever. Let's see. Is the lens really that big that you can't hide it? I would imagine so. Not that this is the best picture of it, but my hunch is, yeah, it's probably a pretty chunky lens. I don't know for sure, but I'm imagining they probably wanted to do a good-looking lens for this. By the way, one of my biggest complaints about this thing, honestly, is the fact that I'm not going to be using it. So they did put a notch in that and let's be honest, 95% of MacBook Pro users will never use. Like, I'm good with them increasing the quality of the webcam. I think that's an important thing to do. And I'm not begrudging anyone who is going to use this. But it does feel weird that they decided to make this fairly big design sacrifice. Also, they could put in a thing that I'm guessing maybe 5% of users will actually use. And it doesn't work with Face ID. It doesn't do some of the things that would have made it useful for other people. Like, that was a mistake. I wish they hadn't done that. Alright, anyway, let's see. Curvy, you agree with Carson, just do a punch hole, but feel they didn't want to do a punch hole in Mac before iPhone 14 Pro and 14 Pro Max. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'd buy that. They want to do it on the phone first. I also want to... I will say I was thinking about a punch hole too, and I actually would have kind of dug the idea of the punch hole. The only problem with a punch hole, well, sort of. You don't have to do this, but if you're doing a punch hole, I feel like they do better if they're in the corners. And a punch hole in the corner of these would not be a problem, but I think Apple likes to keep the camera facing forward. So if they did a punch hole and put it to the sides where it would have been the best place to put it, then you'd have a camera that's pointing at people who aren't going to be looking directly at the screen. Or rather, sorry, they'll be looking directly at the screen, but not directly at the camera. The other way to look at this is, obviously, they could put the punch hole in the center, but then it's not really solving any of the problems with the notch. It's just making it less prominent. That being said, I do feel like the notch was a bit of an intentional thing, not necessarily for brand recognition, just it's Apple. They want stuff to look intentional. Either they want to hide it entirely or they want it to look intentional. And this strikes me as we need it to look intentional. So yeah, other people have also pointed out Lenovo did something where they kind of built the camera into, as some people call it, a reverse notch. Basically, they have almost no bezel, but right where you would lift up the laptop, they have kind of actually a part that sticks up a little above. And in theory, that's something your fingers can grip to when you're opening the lid. It's also coincidentally a good place for them to bury that camera in a very shallow space. Truthfully, part of me thinks it's that shallow space that's the problem. I think the camera they stuck in here is probably a little too fat for that, so they had to go with something a little more obvious. But again, I just keep coming back to it. I think so few people are using this webcam that it doesn't make sense to have dedicated this much to it. Good spot for fingers too. Yeah, believe me, I know. Your fingers are going to get all over this thing anyway. Who cares? The only people who are going to care are the people who use it all the time, and they'll just learn to wipe it down. Do they still have that software stuff that makes it look like you're looking at the camera? Yes, but that I don't know if that applied to the iPhone. I thought that was a Duo thing. Anyway, that only affected the eyes. It doesn't make your head or the whole rest of the body turn or anything like that. It just made it look like your eyes were pointed at the camera, which a lot of people said looked creepy anyway, so they weren't super big fans. But yeah, anyway, so I don't mind the notch that much, but I do. The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not happy it's there. Let's see. I didn't really have much to say about the mics, the sound system. That's stuff you can't really judge until you have them sitting in front of you anyway. But Apple's got to hype it up. Let's see. They're talking about the ports because why wouldn't they? So yeah, then you can connect up to 3 Pro Display XDRs and a 4K TV with the M1 Max. Yay! I won't use that, but still, that's super cool. Let's see. They still have fingerprint reader, of course. Oh, I'm not sure what to make of this. Full height function keys. Does anybody else feel like that's actually confusing? I don't think I like it. I don't know. I can't explain it, but something about that bothers me. So, that's also a thing. Maybe that's also just a thing where I'm picky for no reason. Let's see. Pro apps unleashed by blah blah blah. Yeah, that's okay. That's the Rosetta stuff. Oh God. They have an AR view that you can see what your Mac will look like in your space. Okay, that's so cheesy. Then we get off into the other irrelevant stuff. Okay, so there was one. Oh, so there may be some question about whether or not I needed to get. I'm not going to bother trying it now. But there could be some discussion about whether or not how much is this needed for things that I'm doing. And the simple answer is I want to be able to run iPad and iPhone apps on the laptop. Not necessarily is that a necessity, but it will be really useful in some cases. So yeah, it's a worthwhile upgrade. As I mentioned elsewhere, I'm going to get my older MacBook Pro repaired and resell it. So that'll cover some of the cost. And then once I've got everything transitioned over, I'm going to take the current MacBook Pro, probably have it repaired too. It's got a few things that should go back in the shop for. And then I'll resell that one too. Unless I find some absolute, like, must keep it for a reason kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure I'll just resell it. It's worth too much to just hold on to. Like, which iPhone apps? Mostly just to experiment. There's various things that I've wanted to test out in the past, and if I'm not going to have an iPhone or an iPad handy, that's kind of an issue. Also, and I know that this is going to sound super weird, but it's true, there's a lot of devices that come out. I don't know if this will be possible, but I think it will be. A lot of devices come out where you can update them, or wirelessly update their software, their firmware, sorry. But updating the firmware, the thing is, in the apps that exist, weirdly, so many of the Android apps never work. But a lot of the iOS apps actually work pretty well for updating the firmware. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm thinking I could probably run those iOS apps on the MacBook and install the firmware wirelessly that way. I don't know if that'll work, but if it does, that would save me from having to go dig up iOS devices every time I want to do firmware updates for something that doesn't have an Android app. And you'd be surprised how often this actually comes up. It's legitimately like at least every 6 months. No exaggeration. Every 6 months, if not more, I find myself having to do that. So, yeah, kind of actually into that. And that's just one of the weird examples. If by some chance I ever do return to doing teardowns, that would also be a factor, yes. Being able to compare the Android version to the iOS version for various things. The list goes on. And there's actually a lot of really good iOS apps for which they never made MacBook or desktop apps. Some of those I'd like to be able to try and test. There's also things like, I know that, God, this is going to sound so dumb, but posting like to Instagram. There are ways to post to Instagram from a desktop, but anyone here ever notice, at least, okay, this used to be true. I'm double checking this before I say it. But last I checked, you actually cannot post to Instagram from your, from the web browser. Yeah, as far as I can see, there is not a way to do that. But I bet if you install the Instagram app, you should be able to do it. Okay, yeah, I don't see any way to upload here. So, just for reference. I know some of you guys don't use Instagram, and I don't blame you. I really don't use it either, but... yeah, so... actions up here. Very top right, that's the home. Instagram Messenger. This is the Explore feed, which... this is basically just like popular stuff people have posted. And then your account activity. Then you can, people who are recommended to you up here is people who posted stories. I think that's what this is. And then, of course, your feed. So, yeah, there's no way to post to Instagram from the web browser. Carson, you think Facebook disabled the Instagram app on MacBooks? I sure hope not. That'd be stupid. It's available on Chromebooks though. Yikes. So yeah, anyway, if they did disable it, okay, fine, they disabled it, but if they haven't, that would be another small factor. I don't want to get into why, but just seeing this picture right now immediately just gave me a little bit of a laugh. That will make sense I can't say. It will make sense shortly why that is funny to me. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, there are still a lot of apps that I think I'd like to be able to run, and I don't want to get an iPhone to do it. And there's some things I want to be able to run on a desktop. The list of reasons varies, but yeah, that's what it comes down to. Okay, just looking to see. But yeah, being able to run all those apps is going to actually expand some options. And again, there's some stuff I just want to be able to test or try out. Also, the topic that a lot of people have been bringing up pretty extensively, and with good reason. I mean, let's bump back down to that GPU. Okay, I did not anticipate that this was going to be like 1 billion entries, but okay. They've got that crazy GPU performance, which, okay, that was still not quite where I wanted to pull it up from. Alright, here's the thing. You can deliver these crazy performance boosts on all of these pieces of software. You know what else you can do if you can do that? Gaming. Do I necessarily think gaming is going to suddenly explode on the Mac? No. I'm not stupid. I know better than that. But do I think that this is a real beginning of major games, or at least major game studios, looking at the Mac and saying, you know what? We don't have to sacrifice anymore, and the game engines now support it. The amount of work we'd have to put into support porting a game over to running on Apple Silicon is not going to be catastrophically big. In fact, it might be very minimal. If that's the case, honestly, I could imagine a lot of game developers saying it's finally time that they start shipping for Mac. So we'll see. It might not happen right away, but I do think that this is going to become a much larger part of the industry soon. I think we are going to see a lot of Mac, or a lot of studios at least dipping their toe in with the Mac, and this is what's really going to kick it off. And it is notable, there are already plenty of major studios that ship Mac games. I mean, it's not hard to find them, but it's still not exactly a major thing. It's not the oh my god, like tons and tons of game options. They're still a little too limited, but they're getting a lot better. Like every year, it's very obvious that they're getting a lot better. As I'm skimming the Apple App Store, or the Mac App Store, and my first thought is, hey, there's actually not any featured at the moment, which seems really weird. That doesn't usually happen. They almost always have at least one big studio game featured. Weird. Also, there's a picture of a guy who looks almost exactly like somebody I used to know, but it is definitely not the same dude. Odd. Okay, anyway. So, yeah, I at this stage, I think I've pretty much beaten this down. I guess really quickly, I don't even really have much to say on this, but seriously, Apple, it was a Mac of it. Why did we have to sit through many, many minutes of HomePod, new AirPods? Is that it? HomePod Mini. Oh, Apple Music Voice. Their new voice plan. Are you kidding me? This was so weird. Nobody came for this stuff. No one wanted this stuff. I just don't. Yeah. Apple Music Voice was not anything special. Nobody wanted or cared about it. You could have announced this, or should have announced this with the iPhone, because that's where people are going to get it. It made no sense doing it during a Mac event. I mean, especially when we're talking about the computers that actually cost more. The voice plan is their discount plan. Why would you feature your discount plan on the same event as your pro level hardware? The hardware people are going to be paying multiple thousands for. Oh, but we got to have a voice plan that's going to shave off, what is it? I don't know how much it is exactly, but why? That's just dumb. Featuring the HomePod Mini, I don't care. That one, honestly, this is the sort of thing, kind of like what was said with the with the Samsung event. They could have put that in a blog post. All they did was say HomePod Mini coming in more colors. That was a blog post. 100%. It should have been. Why they did this, I don't know. So, let's see what else. Oh, and then of course AirPods. At least I get the AirPods. They're desperate for more Siri peeps. I don't even understand what that was about. It was all this stuff about designed exclusively for Siri, and they also added hundreds of new mood and activity playlists, and all this stuff is somehow linked to Siri. I don't understand what that's about. Maybe somebody else got that. I didn't. Why was Siri so much a part of that discussion? It didn't make any sense. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not happy about that part of the presentation, but hey, whatever. Apple can do what it wants. And then, of course, again, AirPods 3, the entry-level product. Why show off the entry-level product with your most expensive laptops? What is Apple doing? Dear God. Okay, so their presentation had some problems, but overall the products look like they're good. So, I'm into it. It's an expensive week. Or an expensive month, whatever. Fortunately, I have everything on payment plans. And the amounts are not so obscene that I won't be able to cover them. I'd just rather not have to, but hey, whatever. Let's see. So, what else is there? Do we have other topics? Feel free to throw anything in chat if there's something, but I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. Oh, and then was there anything interesting in the buyer's guide? Wow, they changed the section though. Oh, I see. That's not the buyer's guide, it's just the recommendation thing. Um. Oh yeah. And at this point, it just bears saying, after that presentation, this boy, right here, Mac Pro. I'm really curious what Apple's gonna do. I am so curious what Apple's gonna do here. I want to see if they put out the M1, then M1 Pro, and M1 Max. They're gonna have to put something stupid in the Mac Pro. I feel like if that they've already used the M1 Max, what name are they possibly going to come up with for whatever they're going to put in the Mac Pro? I feel like they're just going to have to go to like M1 ludicrous speed or something. We've gone plaid. Like the Mac Pro is just going to have to be some bonkers over the top thing. That being said, another possibility, I wonder if they're just going to stick like 2 processors in there. Just put in an actual like 2 M1 Maxes in the Mac Pro and just be straight up like, yeah, we worked out the dual processor situation. It'll work. Just trust us. Cheese Grater Pro Max Plus. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say here, but I'm not going to be getting a Mac Pro, not unless a YouTube channel suddenly takes off and I get to pull an NKBHD out of thin air. But yeah, as much as I would love to play with one of those, not getting it. Still, it makes me curious what they're going to do, because the Mac Pro is that classic, it's that benchmark device that Apple doesn't update often enough. They don't do enough with it, but there is an audience out there that wants it. And a lot of the things that they do with it, in weird ways, you can see sort of trickle back to other products. So it would be kind of interesting. Let's see, we've already exhausted those pages. All right, yeah, that pretty much covers all the other tabs I had open. Let's see. There are things I want to talk about, but it's all under embargo. I right now have, I wish I was kidding about this. It'd be Techtober. That's what's going on here. I have one review unit that's under embargo that I currently have in my possession. So I don't have it in this room at the moment. I know 2 other, is it 2? One other thing under embargo has been shipped to me. It's in the mail now, sort of. Oops. Has it actually shipped? They say shipment information received, but I don't think that's right. I think it's actually physically shipped. I have, let's see, another company has just informed me that they're sending 3 more things over the next couple months. And another company has another thing that's going to be sending out in the next few days or so, I think. I know we're supposed to have a call about that one, but getting mighty close to when it needs to happen if I'm going to get that thing well enough in advance. We'll see. Let's see. And then, man, I know out of this whole list, anyone looking at this is probably thinking, oh my god, why would you say this? But I really would love to play with that Sony Xperia. I can't help it. I really think Sony does interesting stuff with phones, and just everyone gets the phone and hates it because the phone itself is only so interesting. It's medium interesting. Whereas I look at it and it's like, guys, they're putting in good camera stuff. They really are. You just don't know how to use it. David, better get to typing. Sounds pretty busy. You have no idea. I mean, maybe you do, but yeah. I have a lot of stuff that I need to do. Some of it means getting the hell out of the house. And one of the things which is also one of the things driving me crazy, because now granted, we've had terrible, oh crap, I wish I hadn't done this. Weather report. I have to get outside to do some of the stuff I'm going to be working on reviews for. That's gonna suck. Raincoats, anybody? No, I have some ideas on what I might be able to do, but oh, I wonder. No, that's not a good place. I think I know where I'm gonna have to go for some of this stuff. Legitimately, I wish I was kidding. I think I'm gonna have to drive for like an hour and a half to get to a place where there's a good spot to do some of my review work. But that could work. We'll see. That, or I might just make a point of trying to go outside and plan, hey, here's a day. If we get a break in the rain, I can start doing stuff. Alright, Diablo, you linked to that Fisher-Price phone. I don't know that I have anything to say about this, but I'm, more than anything, I think I'm curious. Oh, no, I have something to say about this. Never mind. Does that rotary work? Okay, apparently you could have calls with them. Yeah. So this is a real thing. So it works for incoming and outgoing calls with your Android devices via Bluetooth. Alright. Also works with iOS. Shocking, it's a Bluetooth earpiece, but in giant phone form for kids. The past has finally arrived. Jesus, this feels like it feels like they're making fun of Apple. This totally feels like they're making fun of Apple. I think I appreciate this a lot, but I also hate it. Okay. Alright, so here's where I get stuck. And I know that this is going to sound like a weird thing to get to make an issue out of, but if you put this in front of a kid today, and okay, we're talking about little kids, so it is what it is. But how many of when's the last time anyone used a rotary phone? I mean, seriously. Rotary phones are as dead as they get. Half the ones that existed a decade ago don't even work anymore because, shocker, parts have worn out or rusted. Honestly, like, it feels weird to me when old concept tech old stuff like this suddenly becomes new again, or used again, or shown to kids. This is gonna feel like something that's so far outdated, no one I mean, kids aren't gonna get that. You had this as a kid and don't know how to use a rotary phone. I've actually used a rotary phone. Very, very little, but I have used one. I don't recommend it. They're awful. They're I mean, obviously, when I say I don't recommend it, it's not even really an option anymore. Like, who the hell even has a landline? But yeah, rotary phones they were notoriously terrible for one big thing. If you ever had to call a number with a lot of high digits. So, I mean, I'm assuming you're kidding when you say you don't know how to use one, because it's not really that hard. You pick up the receiver and then you start dialing the number by literally, stick your finger into one of those holes, whatever number it is, drag the rotary all the way to the stopping point, and then let go. And then the rotary rolls back and makes the obligatory number of ticks to indicate what number it is. Okay, aside from the fact that is obviously not really a good use case anymore. And I'm not even sure if this supports actual rotary usage. I guess maybe, did the video show that? Let's bounce there. Okay, yeah, so the dial does move. I'm just thinking, even though the dial moves, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so once you hit the obligatory number of digits, then your call starts connecting. The thing is, with old phones, if you had to dial like 3 nines in a row, seriously, the time it takes to call a number, forever. I mean, just waiting for that rotary to get all the way back to the 9 so you can dial another 9 was a horrible experience. I mean, it's not like it was individually that slow, but you stack up a few of them. It was awful. Legitimately, it was stupid. Like, making a call could actually take you, like, I don't know, 20 seconds or longer. Believe me, the world is much happier when push button came into effect, and even happier than that when speed dial happened. But anyway, off topic, this is a dumb angle, but yeah, I don't know. I don't get this thing. Should kids be using this? Probably not. It's going to give them nightmares. But okay, anyway. So yeah, my review schedule is going to be kind of bonkers. Plus, Pixel 6 coming. So I have my orders in for the Pixel 6 and a MacBook Pro. The Pixel 6 is due, in theory, about a week and a half from now. So yeah, I'll be setting that up. I'll be testing it. I'm going to, not likely for AP, but in my own capacity, I'm going to be doing some stuff with the Pixel 6, and hopefully that will be turning into content. You will see more and hear more about that in the future. Anyway, I don't know what else to talk about. I have largely exhausted topics. Seeing as we're getting close to 7 o'clock, we'll also call this the 15-minute warning, though. If topics are not provided shortly, I may have to cut out quicker. Let's see. Quickly hitting this weekend's possible stuff. There's a... I know I always say it. Photo edits are possible. Let's see. I have a lot of stuff I need to shoot, including another pair of wireless earbuds. I have the Fossil Gen 6 to shoot I've been using that for a few days now. It's fine. Hashtag not bad. But, it's a solid, I don't feel like there's much of a reason to upgrade watches when they don't have much of an improvement over something you could have had 3 years ago, and that's very much what this feels like. Photo edits of embargoed stuff. Oh god. I'd be murdered. Quite literally, one of the companies I think hires assassins, so we're not going to do that. Nah, they're cool. They're cool, and they like me, so we're not going to risk assassins. What else is there? Otherwise, I don't think there are any big game things happening. There is the next, I believe there should be the next week of the Borderlands community event, which has that finished? Yeah. Okay, so that has finished. The first one. Or the first week of it. So, yeah, I'll actually be... I need to go in and claim that shift code, which, since I'm looking at it and thinking about it right now, I'm actually going to do right now. There is nothing you guys can do to stop me. And I'm not going to bother switching screens for this because who cares? So, and I will claim it on all the services because that's what I do. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, Borderlands and basically most of Gearbox, all their games have shift codes where you can basically like unlock stuff or get kind of free rewards and things like that. You go to a website, link up your account to that website, enter the code, you get the stuff. Anyway, in this particular case, the reward is a really abusively ugly cosmetic. I guess I will show you guys what it is. It is this. So apparently you can make your character have this head. Because why wouldn't you? I can't possibly imagine why someone would want this head on their character. And this is the code. So there you go. If anyone cares, you can pause it and copy this, or just go to, just search. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding the code. It's going to be all over the place. So yeah, community event week 2 should be starting, I think, tomorrow, something like that. And so I might do that a little bit this weekend. We'll see. It could just be a thing to waste for a little bit of time. Oh, and that's right. I still need to finish the storyline with Mose. And that will precede the massive leveling I have to do with Mose, because holy crap, it takes so long to level characters. I've been looking for gear that boosts XP and I can't seem to get any of it, so that's pissing me off. I wish I could find some of that really quick because it speeds up the process a lot. But we'll see. We'll get there. I think. I hope. Anyway, no one has provided more topics. I'm still holding you guys to that. You can't stop me. Trying to think what else is happening. Oh, obviously Halloween is coming, which brings up the topic. I discussed this briefly during the last game stream. Since Halloween is a Sunday night, I don't, at this moment, have any plans for Sunday night. So I am very likely going to do an actual Halloween stream. I don't know what I will do for it. I don't think it's going to involve anything particularly major, but yes, if anyone is going to be spending their Halloween night indoors, or Halloween Eve for that matter, there is a pretty good chance I will be streaming both of those nights. So, why did I just get a notification? Oh. What? Oh. I just got a notification from UPS saying, hey, your package from Google is going to be coming tomorrow. And I'm like, wait, what? What? There's no way they shipped the Pixel. Wait, it's the Pixel Buds. The Pixel Buds I'm going to be reselling because I don't want them. Just like everybody else. Man, no offense to the Pixel Buds. I'm sure they're fine. I really do. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Not that I've tried them. I'm just assuming. But man, I just hold to the theory that if you wanted them, you would have already bought them. And if you don't want them, you already didn't want them. I think such a small group of people are ordering the Pixel phone and saying, oh my god, I didn't have Buds yet that I'm much happier with. So yeah, I have this nagging feeling half the people who are going to be getting these are just going to immediately resell them. Which means that they're going to absolutely destroy any market for reselling those same Buds. Which shame. Kind of wish there was some way to return them and get like a store credit for the price of the Buds. That would work too. Or they could have just done what everyone wanted to begin with and sell the phones for like $50 less. Don't send the Buds, just sell the phones for $50 less and let us keep a little of our money. They're already $60 on eBay. Yeah, exactly. Nobody wanted these things for $100 except for the people who already bought them. Offering them for free is fine, but it's like how Apple gives out free AirPods during the summer with Mac or iPad purchases. Honestly, I didn't realize they did that, but yeah, that's exactly the same thing. I know they used to give there have been stints in the past where if you bought a Mac, they would give you an iPod Touch for free, which that's kind of cool, actually. That was useful to me, but once, many years ago. But I wouldn't want it typically. If I wanted an iPod Touch, I probably would have bought a freaking iPod Touch. Don't offer stuff for free that people already have or don't want or don't need. Unless it's something you could plausibly want several of. Not that I particularly want a Chromecast. Oh, in fact, actually, there you go. Chromecast with Google TV. Yeah, Chromecast with Google TV. I would have been happier if they sent those out. That is 1/3 the cost. Wait, is that right? No, that's half the cost. Sorry. That's half the cost of those Buds. But at least I would have used it. I don't want the Buds. They could have sent, I don't know, a Nest Hub. That's probably not the best example, but I would have used it. I'd have a little more use for that than I would the Buds. I just feel like the Buds don't make sense. They make sense with a phone, but they don't make sense for the people who would have bought this phone. Austin, you're giving them to a nephew? That makes sense. And that's the thing. Maybe, I don't know, if I can't sell them at a decent price, like decent enough to make it worth my time to have sold them, then I might just give them away. I know a few people that I'd be tempted to just give them to. You think the only thing they could have sourced in the quantity they needed was Pixel Buds? Again, Chromecast with Google TV. Not only could they have sourced that in quantity, I mean, they could have... I bet they don't even have to break a sweat to source those. Those have got to be in super high supply. the Pixel Buds, more than likely, I have a feeling this was one of those things where somebody said, well, we have to give something of enough value that it seems like a real perk. So that already limits it. They couldn't give something of too much value because that's not a perk. The Pixel Buds, I bet, have a very low cost of manufacturing, so that makes them ideal. And then when I kind of think about it, it's like the only other things that would have made sense would have been the Pixel Stand, which, as we've seen in history, they're not going to offer. They never want to offer the brand new thing along with the Buds, because why would they do that? They could make accessory sales. A-holes. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of much else. And I agree. The Buds make a lot of sense if you put it all together. But at the same time, they make sense from the business standpoint. Here's a thing that costs enough that people might see as valuable. It costs us relatively little. And we aren't selling them anymore anyway, like in high numbers. So let's send them out because we need to clear stock, or maybe we just want to have something to give out. So yeah, I don't know. I forget who suggested this as a joke, I'm sure, but if they had offered like 3 months of free Stadia, well, maybe more than 3 months, give us 6 months of free Stadia, I would have had that rather than the Buds. I wouldn't have even gotten much use out of it, but I would have used it more than the Buds. You wonder how many Fitbits they have lying around? That's actually not a bad point. The Fitbit actually would be an interesting thing to hand out instead. And obviously they don't have the Pixel Watch out yet or announced, which, by the way, I know it's been brought up since then, but I thought it was kind of interesting that, one, there wasn't that much chatter about the Pixel Watch going into this event, or people asking what happened to it after the event. But yeah, seriously, we got to hear about a Pixel Watch someday. Like, Google needs to either confirm it's not happening, or give us like a confirmation, basically saying, okay, we know you've been waiting for it. We aren't going to show it to you today, but just so you know, Q2, it's happening, or whatever. Just pre-announce, just give confirmation. Yeah, we have something. It's going to happen. Don't worry. Start saving. It'll be overpriced, just like you expect it to be. But, Q2 or Q1, or hell, give a month. You don't even have to be right. You could literally just pop up and say, okay, we think it's gonna be March. It might not be, but just so you know, that's kind of what we're gunning for. Yeah. Give people something so they know. Did they do that with the Pixel Buds too? I honestly don't remember. And did anybody care? Forgive me for saying so. I know I sound maybe a little bit cynical for no necessary reason, but did anybody care enough about the Pixel Buds? Any version of them? The first one, yeah, people were paying attention, but after the first pair came out and turned out to be a bomb, has anyone really been watching the Pixel Buds going, oh my god, they're about to come out with new Pixel Buds? Anyone excited? No one was excited. They're earbuds. I think the world is pretty much over this. They're a thing. If you want them, you've got them. If you don't want them, you're not like losing your mind to get them. Okay, so they announced them in the Pixel 4 event and released in April. Wow, that's actually a lot larger gap than I expected. But yeah, just tell people there will be a watch. Just so you can end the stupid will they, won't they back and forth. I don't get this. Google is smart enough to say, hey, the Pixel 6, hell yeah, we're gonna reveal tons about that in little nuggets and dropping details here and there. Do that for the watch. That's what I'm saying. Do it for the watch, because the watch is gonna need hype way more than the Pixel 6 did. The Pixel 6, if they'd waited longer and let the hype really drive up, all in not on announcement day, that would have been wasting. But if they had started the real hype train about 6 weeks ahead of announcement day, and if leaks hadn't kind of ruined that timeline, the Pixel 6 would have done incredibly well. It obviously did do incredibly well, since no one could order the damn thing for 5 hours. But yeah, they got to do it for the watch. They have to at least get people aware of the watch, and then when it comes time to announce it, as long as it doesn't bomb, it will do well. But let people know so they can make decisions based on that. If people want to wait for a watch, like, imagine how pissed off somebody is who, like, multiple watches have come out over the last year. Imagine if they were like, you know what, I really want to buy blank, whatever blank is. And that could have been beginning of 2021. And they're sitting there going, well, all the rumors say a Pixel Watch is coming. I'll wait. And then, a few months down the line, several months down the line, hey, here's a TicWatch. Okay, that's nice, but I'm going to wait. I think that the Pixel Watch is going to be the thing for me. Oh, Samsung's got a watch. And it seems like it might be kind of close-ish to a Pixel Watch, but it's definitely not the Pixel Watch. Now a person goes, okay, that's tempting. I kind of want to get that, but I'm going to wait. I think Pixel Watch is the thing for me. Now, Pixel 6 event happens. Rumors said, you know what? I bet there's gonna, every rumor person was saying, all the leakers, everyone was saying that a Pixel Watch was coming soon. Now person's like, okay, for sure, Pixel 6 is gonna happen. They're also going to announce a watch. It just even makes sense. Event happens. Now person's like, you know what? I've been waiting a year for the effing watch. Just give me a effing watch, okay? Come on, Google. Nothing woke up. Lucky. Yeah, but seriously, where's my damn watch? I've been waiting a year for this. And yeah, they're still waiting. And they still don't know when it's coming. They could sit there and say, okay, is it going to be in a year? Is it going to be 6 months? Is it happening at all? Have they scrapped this plan? Was maybe the Galaxy Watch 4 actually supposed to be the Pixel Watch and that plan got scrapped? Make a decision. And Google hasn't done that. Carson, do you think Google is taking a loss with the pricing? Honestly, no, I don't. I just think they're not making anything on the Pixel 6. The Pixel 6 Pro, I'm sure they're making a profit. I think the Pixel 6 is effectively a break-even product. I could be wrong, but by itself, I think it's covering manufacturing cost, shipping, marketing, support, breakage, which is the notion that some of your product is kind of going to get lost no matter what. I think for the most part, if things go really well, they're not going to lose any money on it. And in fact, they could make a little bit of money. But there will be a few things to go wrong. There will be some extra costs associated with it. And I think at the end, yeah, they're basically going to break even on the Pixel 6. When it comes to the 6 Pro, I'm sure they're just making money. I don't think it's huge profits, but it's enough. They're definitely making money on that. Austin, you're saying that Pro delivery times have slipped into 2022. They were bound to. Though I'm a little surprised after it seems like the times trickled backwards, so that they're now, you know, they're orders that people are getting in to still be in October, and those orders were happening, you know, after a lot of the rush was over. I really didn't think that they were going to crawl into December so quickly. And then they went from December to now January, which I did not think that was really going to happen. I knew there was going to be a rush, and I knew there was going to be problems with ordering. A friend of mine was saying she wants to order one, and I told her to make sure that she gets her order in quickly. Which I haven't talked to her since, so I don't know if she has. But, yeah, seriously, I'm bothered that the event went so poorly. This has now happened. This happened with the original Pixel. I think it might have happened with the Pixel 2 a little bit. Not anywhere near this badly, but it did sort of happen. I remember it happened with the Nexus 4 and 5. That was, again, a lot better with the 5. The 4 was a disaster. I think it happened with the Nexus 6 also. But yeah, I can't help but look at this and think, why has this been a problem for so many years in a row? This is something Google can test. It's something Google can work to solve. Why was ordering a freaking phone this difficult? Somebody needs to fix this. It was understandable back in the day when this was all a new store that was going to have new features, or was it effectively a new feature for Google to try to work out. It doesn't make sense that it's still happening. Anyway, David, wonder how much more expensive it would have been with a Snapdragon SoC? That's actually a great question. I've wondered that too. I'm still to this day very curious if by switching to its own silicon-ish, if Google is saving a bunch of money, or is this like a situation of they saved a little bit, but they really just wanted to have control over the system? I don't know. I'm very curious on that. Austin, Google is definitely at a huge loss, but it depends on how you look at their investments. Okay, yeah, going back to the loss topic. When I say that I think the phones are a break even, or well, sorry, the 6 is a break even, the Pro is a profit. I'm just talking about the phone, the direct phone itself. I do think that by selling the phones to people, I think Google is getting some back out of that through either subscriptions or just being able to collect more information than they would have with OEM devices, etc., etc. And also it becomes a launching point for a lot of their other projects, which, you know, for example, YouTube Music and YouTube Premium in general are obviously more featured on a Pixel device than they would be with other things. So Google is still effectively promoting their own products through Pixel devices. It's like it gets said a lot. I could credit individual Twitter accounts for this, but we'll just say it gets said a lot. People love to talk about how Apple doesn't allow a lot of advertising to target their users. And then a lot of other people will always snap back, but Apple advertises all the time to their users. the advertising is just usually a little bit more, I don't want to say ethical. It's usually a little bit more subtle. It's usually a little cleaner. It's not a bunch of big flashing banners. It's a notification that keeps pinging you to remind you that you're that you can upgrade your iCloud storage, or it's a an actual notification that says, "Hey, there's a new iPhone out. If you're interested in this, we can help you out with it." You know, like, they try to be more polite and a little more subtle about it, but they're still just advertising a product. Well, Google does the same thing. Every phone company or every phone maker does this. Samsung obviously is pretty famous for it. If you look at any of the Chinese OEMs, they all do it plenty. And Google does it too. Google's just a little more subtle about it than, say, Samsung or Xiaomi or anyone else. That's about it. Let's see. Austin, I would bet Tensor is still way in the red compared to Snapdragon. For research cost, I'm sure it is. But I will say it again, and this is actually a topic I was going to bring up with Corbin, but we got sidetracked. I still hold a strong belief. Give it 2 years. If it even takes that long. I bet Google will be selling Tensor to other companies. It will be just like Exynos. It will be just like Snapdragon. It will be just like MediaTek. Like, they will be selling Tensor to other companies. Period. End of story. They will put this in other phones. Other phones will be flaunting this as a part of their product lineup. So, genuinely, I do think we're going to get, like, Tensor is going to become profitable. And companies out there are going to be saying, look, Android is most optimized on Tensor, so if you want the best possible experience, you want a Tensor processor. Whether or not that's true is a totally separate subject. We don't need to go down that road. But that will be the marketing. I guarantee that will be the marketing. And I can pretty much guarantee Google's going to be pushing Tensor to other companies. Other companies, I imagine, already want it, but Google will be pushing it. And this is money for them that will make Tensor a very profitable venture, I believe. Let's see. Carson, at I.O. they said Fitbit would release a Wear OS watch later this year, but maybe that's not going to happen. Yeah. I mean, hey, look, we've still got 2 months and almost 2 weeks left in this year. It's entirely possible Fitbit will pop out with a product. I mean, strictly speaking, no joke, one of the best times for Fitbit in the past has actually been in the winter months, like right before Christmas. Tons of people used to buy Fitbits to give as gifts for Christmas. Maybe maybe that'll be their thing. They might launch a new watch right before, or a new band watch, whatever we're going to call it. They might launch it for Christmas. And if you're going to do that, you don't need to put it out right before, well, I mean, you would announce it right around Thanksgiving and put it on store shelves like first week of December. You could do it earlier, just not give it a Black Friday sale, whatever. I don't know. I don't care. But yeah, it's entirely possible they'll release something. I just don't think they will. I feel like if they had something, leaks would have actually ruined it by now. Let's see, Austin. Yeah, I don't think they can source enough processors to break even. I know everyone keeps saying this. I don't buy that. Not entirely. I know there is obviously a chip shortage. We are having big slowdowns and everything. Some part of me wonders, like, is it possible that there are companies that are just low-key being more prepared and putting in big orders for products? And as a result, we're not seeing that side effect of that, but it's happening. I don't know. Maybe that's not a thing. Maybe I'm wrong. But it could be a thing. It's just a hypothetical. Carson, I'm glad mine is still coming in about 2 weeks, even though I waited until evening time to order. That's yeah, see, that's still good. I mean, I'm surprised that orders same day after that mad rush and the ordering system was just absolutely destroyed. I'm surprised that early orders are coming in like that, which, by the way, actually raises an interesting question. Really bizarre question, but an interesting question. What if I was right? Bear with me. One of the things I kept saying is I think Google is going to make a crap load of these phones in advance. Now, it may still not be a huge enough number to cover demand, but what if they actually did produce an unexpectedly large number of Pixel 6s and Pros? And maybe they didn't remove a ton of bots. Maybe they are actually planning on fulfilling all of those orders, all the people that came crowding in, and really it was just the store that got overwhelmed. And even through all of this, they still are going to have a back order that's going to push into 2022. I'm not saying that's the case, but maybe that is what happened. Maybe they really do have that many orders. Maybe the sales for the Pixel 6, maybe they really are just astronomically good. And by astronomically good, I mean we're still talking a drop in the bucket compared to any Samsung phone. Samsung, Apple, both of them are clearly demolishing Pixel numbers. No one's questioning that. But maybe, you know, we know in the past Pixel numbers have been like 3 to 4 million units. What if they really are 8, 9, 10 million units for these two phones? Maybe, I'm assuming Google expected to push 2 million units, maybe 3 million units with basically like opening day, opening week pre-sales. What if people came in trying to order 5 million? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, but it's possible. I don't know. Again, I'm not pushing this narrative. I'm just saying it's something that would also explain what happened. Austin, they should have just paused all the ordering and announced that we'll start at midnight or something. I typically I want to agree on that, but I still think a reservation system should happen instead. Just give a reservation, a straight up like batches of people, a few thousand at a time kind of thing. Like, tell them what time their sales are going to start. You basically just give them the opportunity to go in and order at a particular time. Whatever they order, good for them, and that's that. But spread it out over a few days. They would have prevented their sales issues. It would have given people time to work out what it is they're ordering, what they want, to get the financing, to get all their financing stuff in line, to look at the Pixel Pass subscription, to figure out what stuff they needed to do, rather than trying to rush through all of this stuff in the hour after they open pre-sales. Let's see. Qualcomm DNS attacked them. Oh god, that'd be hilarious. Also, kind of sounds a little Qualcomm-y. I could see that. So does the CEO of Google get props or Rick? I mean, like, people always talk about Apple being Steve versus Tim. Diablo, I don't know on that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who to credit or discredit when it comes to Google. Their people are relevant and out there, but they don't have the same personalities that Apple does. Google is still a company, whereas Apple feels like a collection of personalities that run a company that is its own personality, which is a weird mix. But Google has lost a lot of its flavor too. Like, we've all said it before, they just don't feel like the same company that they used to be. Anyway, this item, willing to bet money there will be no Pixel Watch. It's more of a fanboy dream anyways. There will be a Fitbit by Google that runs Wear OS, and that will be the Pixel Watch. It doesn't make sense to do both when you have a brand that sells well and one that doesn't. I mean, that's certainly possible. I'm going to call out the fanboy dream thing a bit because we literally know that this is a thing that has been in development. It's a thing. It does exist, or was on its way to existing. Whether or not it's canceled, who knows? But as far as the splitting of brands, I get the argument, but we're talking about watches, and watches actually do benefit a little bit from having that, from having different designs, different spins, different qualities to them. I mean, this is why you have so many watch companies out there, because everyone creates 100 different styles, and watch owners are a relatively small percentage of the world, yet watches come out with tons of styles. So I do, and you know, then you switch over to smartwatches as a topic. I think, if anything, this is one spot where it makes sense for Google to produce a watch for Fitbit and a Pixel Watch. Try making them both and sell them both. If it turns out that one of them absolutely fails, okay, don't make any more of that one. If it turns out that the other one is killing it, make more of that one. What if both of them do really well? And they're both going to be very different. I mean, a Fitbit watch made by Google, or however it's going to be coined, that to me says sports watch. Okay, make a sports watch. When I think of a Pixel Watch, I don't think sports watch. I think of something that's going to look more like an Apple Watch. It's sleek, probably not a whole lot in the way of hard lines, probably not going to be as rugged or durable. I don't know. I'm expecting a different set of sensors. I'm expecting a different size. I'm expecting different bands to just ship with them. Like, there's so much stuff that they can do with watches. I see a reason why you would want to make two. Compare this with Fossil, where Fossil releases several different versions of their watches. I could easily see that being a reason for it. And maybe it won't be, but this at least tracks to me. Carson, how is Apple able to include 32 megabytes of system level cache on their chips, whereas Qualcomm only offers 3 megabytes? I mean, how? Their engineers tried? I don't know. I can't explain anything with Qualcomm. Diablo, I'm thinking that as well. The brand on the leak kind of felt Fitbit. Or rumor. It's gonna come to Chromebooks too. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that was in relation to. I see it in Chromebooks, probably not other phone manufacturers. Heck, even Pixel Slate 2.0 had Tensor. Oh, yeah, the Tensor stuff. Yeah, oh, for sure. Tensor will not just be phones. I mean, even if somehow it doesn't get sold by other companies, or put in other companies' phones, Google is obviously going to be putting Tensor into literally everything now. This is going to be their whole thing. It's every Chromebook, every phone. And at some point, the watches are going to ship with like a Tensor Mini or something. I don't know. I'm making up a stupid name, but it's all going to get Tensor branded. It's all going to be in some way, shape, or form Google's own processors. Austin, not sure what phone manufacturer would want Tensor. Easy answer. Anybody who's sick of Qualcomm. Plenty of companies obviously are getting there. And it's the same sort of situation where tons of companies, everyone knew, tons of companies were already saying, hey, how great would it be if we could get... They're obviously not saying this out loud, but you could tell some companies were sitting there feeling the pain of Apple trouncing them on performance. How many companies would switch to Apple Silicon for their phones or their watch or laptops if they could? I bet a lot of them would, especially if for whatever reason they were trying to work with Qualcomm on laptops. If Tensor turns out to be good enough, a lot of companies will want it, as long as it's not astronomically more expensive. There's your answer. I mean, I don't see why a company wouldn't want it as long as A, the cost isn't too high, and B, the performance is better. And presumably, you would want, if it works out this way, you would want Tensor if it turns out that it's cheaper and better. Austin, maybe if Google announced more than 3 OS updates and then handled the updates for the OEM. Well, the OS updates, don't connect that with the processor. I know it's easy to connect it to the processor. Don't connect that to the processor yet. The OS updates could very just as easily be a thing where maybe they have a reason why they're saying they just don't care about supporting the product's OS updates beyond 3 years. Maybe they're recognizing that might be a promise they can't make for a specific reason. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but I wouldn't connect that to the processor just yet. That could very easily be a Google thing. Austin, rumor is Google ordered 7 million, which is double their normal order. Yeah. But again, well, not again, but that is rumor. It's hard to tell. And if that's true, and first off, keep in mind, they may have ordered 7 million. That doesn't mean 7 million are being delivered right away. It's possible those 7 million are over a period of time. If that is the case, and regardless of whether that's the case or not, their ordering system definitely couldn't keep up. But to me, the real question is, how many did they commit to being able to deliver in day one? That, I think, is possibly the more or maybe not day one, but in the first few weeks. That, to me, is the really interesting thing. Whatever they committed to, they clearly did not expect the hit that they took. Either that or their system really sucks and they just cannot handle orders. B-Side, I would like to see what % of total sales of the Pixel 6 occur in the first 30 to 60 days. I would imagine all the fanboys are lining up to get one. But how many normal people are buying Pixels? I believe me, I'd love to see that number too. You're calling out fanboys a lot. My thinking on this is it's obviously, yes, there's a lot of fanboys involved in that mix. When it comes down to it, though, I think this is true of almost every phone. Let's be honest, OnePlus, when they sell a phone, when anything comes out from OnePlus, their sales skyrocket for the first 2 to 3 weeks, maybe first month. Google comes out with the new Pixel, their sales skyrocket for that first month. And then after that, the number plummets substantially. I'm sure that... I'm just guessing here, I'd bet whatever Google will sell in the first month is more than what they will sell for the whole rest of the year of that same phone. Now keep in mind, that's still a huge number of phones that they might be selling for the rest of the year. If they sell, let's say, with previous Pixels, let's say their total number of sales were 3.5 million. If they were to sell 2 million in their first month, it's still a pretty big deal if they sell another 1.5 million over the next year. Like, that's still a good number to be selling. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just, yes, your first month is going to be huge. The thing is, though, you can also look to Apple. Apple basically has the same result. Right after Apple announces a new phone, that phone is going to sell in fucking mind-bending numbers that are off the charts. And yeah, sure, they're going to sell a crapload more over the next year, but it's that first volley right after the newly announced phones. That's when they sell all their big numbers. Samsung, basically the same story, though I think Samsung's is probably a lot more even. Mostly because, and it all comes down to one obvious thing, Apple, Google, OnePlus, these are companies that are way more fan-oriented. I mean, so many fans for all three of these companies. And obviously, different scales, yes. OnePlus and Google are substantially lower fan numbers. But the hardcore stands that are coming out in support of these companies and need to get the phone, need to get everything, they want to get it day one. And they'll take it if it comes in the first 2 months. With Samsung, I get more of the impression that obviously Samsung has plenty of fans. It's not hard to have noticed that by the fact that... Is music still playing? Oh, it was just a very long gap between audible sound. With Samsung, I mean, obviously, like the fold and flip phones, well, the 3s, those sold in stupid high numbers. So obviously they have fans. And when I say fans, I'm not degrading them by calling them fanboys here. I'm just saying most of the people who would have known that those phones were even in existence and on sale are fans. They're people who were following Samsung well enough to recognize, hey, these phones are coming out. We want to order them right away. And obviously there were some people who got attention from news, but I think a lot of them are just genuine people who pay attention to Samsung. So yeah, that's the thing. Again, though, every company makes tons and tons of sales in their first week or month. It's not until, the sales then trickle off and then become a roughly stable-ish number for the rest of the year before they announce the next model. Damn it, why I hate YouTube's chat thing, because it scrolls super weird. Cody outrambled the soundtrack. I'm trying to see both ends of this conversation, where I'm caught up to and what's current. I've also gone well over where I plan on stopping, but so I'm gonna try to fire through this real quick and then probably get off. But let's see. Especially since the Pixel Pass page had the incorrect price listed at launch. Did it? I didn't even notice that. I didn't look at the Pixel Pass page that closely at first. Let's see. Awesome. B-Slime. That's the same for all phones, especially flagship phones. Okay, yeah, pretty much what I just overspent time saying. I would bet that the carriers have the most sales after the initial launch from random upgrades. Let's see. Qualcomm authorizing the tweet with the red flags was pretty dumb. Oh, yeah. No, that was bad. Carson, hey, yeah, you probably said that a while ago, so I missed you, but take it easy, man. Let's see. Diablo. I would say they want those people wanting after 3 years to want the new OS. Windows 11 was a marketing thing too. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You're gonna have products that obviously, yes, the OS updates are part of how they can move new devices, and that is a way of making money. I'm not sure how much Google cares about that. I'm sure they do, but I don't know. It's so tough to tell. What I'm curious about too is how long they're gonna be. I don't know. Pixel Pass bothers me. I know that that's not where this is supposed to go, but I'm kind of forced to come back to it. What happens with Pixel Pass when it, like, are they going to sell Pixel Pass with an A series phone? What's your monthly price going to be at that stage? What about if Google turns out to be late to selling a new phone for whatever reason? So you get a phone under Pixel Pass, and then what happens? Like, you pay off your previous phone, and then you go, well, wait, I paid the cost of my previous phone. You don't have a new phone out to give me under Pixel Pass. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, I feel like Pixel Pass wasn't well thought out. I feel like there are a bunch of problems that they know they're going to have to solve in 2 years, and they don't know how they're going to solve them yet. They're just hoping they figure it out in the meantime. I don't know. There's a lot there. I wish what they had done instead is say, here's sort of a payment plan. We can just add your Pixel with a discount to your payments, and that's it. I feel like that makes so much more sense. And you just automatically get this, and if you needed to upgrade to a family plan, there's a discounted price to upgrade to a family plan. If you need, I don't know, again, the system should be a la carte. You can include a few things with it, but make it a la carte-ish. The more you get, the more of a discount you get. That makes so much more sense. What they did is wrong. Yeah, it is a separate charge for the phone and the rest of the services. That they do say that, but yeah, I don't know. The way they're marketing it is confusing. There's so much wrong with it, and they didn't explain it at all. It's explained on the page, but not well. You can't see prices and a breakdown to explain, like, how much money are you really saving. I don't like it. I feel like they did everything wrong with Pixel Pass. Okay, anyway, it's well past the point I was gonna shut down. So, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. If you'd like to throw a little bit in the direction of the show, keep it running, keep it happy, there are links down below for Patreon and Streamlabs. Again, I will be back this weekend for streams of some kind. We'll figure out what kind those are going to be when the time comes. Thanks to everyone for coming by and hanging out, being part of the stream, having the conversation with me. Obviously, this has been a very chat-worthy conversation. Let's see, awesome. From my understanding, it acts like a... Oh, yeah. They say 250 saving on 2-year for Pro, apparently. Yeah, well, what bothers me is the fact that they also put a flat rate right on the page, and it kind of isn't. I don't know. It's so weird how they do it. Anyway, so loved having you guys by, and as always, I hope your weeks go awesomely. Good night, everybody.